now begins a new adventure. One I've been looking forward to for quite a while. Little bit of context. I kickstarted this game... God, I don't even remember how long ago at this point. Basically when that Kickstarter first showed up, I believe. Or at the very least, very early along those lines. And I have been sitting and waiting, wondering when this was eventually going to happen. But yesterday, it finally landed. I tested it, I enjoyed what I tested, and now we're here. Ready to dive into the Last Faith properly. Oh, there's something on my screen bothering me. Give me 1 second. How did this end up on the wrong monitor? How did you end up over here? Away. You know what? That's fine. Anyway, one mild distraction aside, I will just gonna quickly double check back through settings. Audio should be good, English obviously. There's your controls for those who are curious. Keyboard controls also exist. Ignore this file, this is me testing to make sure it moves in a way I'm happy with and all of that good stuff. Now we have 4 choices. The strength-focused brawler, well, strength and vitality really. The dexterity-focused rogue. Hey there, no. This is the Last Faith. This is a one-day-old Metroidvania with a little bit of a Souls-like twist to it. I'm doing just fine, though. How about you? The mind and... Oh, no, there's a bit of dexterity and instinct, so I guess it's just mind-focused Stargazer. And the instinct-focused marksman. Because there are guns in this game, though I don't know to what degree they exist. But we'll be going with the Stargazer because I'm curious how the magic system for this game works, and I feel that that's the path that'll show us the most for that.
A new dawn is at hand. The old ways are diminished. Only corruption and deception remain.
Glad to hear it.
But one rises above all others, falsely claiming salvation. They gather disciples to take all for themselves.
Thank you for the resub now. Much appreciated.
And those who defy this deity suffer. They become servants to pain, imprisoned in solitude, barely existing.
He's in good shape for barely existing.
Yet only those who have been chosen possess the gift to reclaim what has been taken by the unworthy keeper.
That's why you don't just blindly walk into a cell prisoners in.
To such a burden. If they are able, their pledge shall be rewarded. With salvation.
And now we're in the Temple of Deposed Gods. Welcome to the game, proper. As you can see, all we got right now is a sword. You can attack reasonably quickly, you can roll, all that good stuff. Jumping exists, of course. We'll get into some of the other stuff as we go along. Go and quickly grab this. My heart is heavy. Unlike the very few, I have no choice in what I'm becoming. Something is taking over and fast. The promises that have marred lives for years must be irrevocably broken. The heart of the Night Crux sought to redeem us all. That presumably was our cell, but who knows for sure on that one, really. As you can see, things have gotten a little complicated out here. We definitely want to put those healing injections on our bar immediately. Because while it may seem like these aren't a threat right now, trust me when I say what comes soon after is most definitely a threat. And even these things can hurt you quite badly if you're inattentive. Ooh, I didn't find that last time. Combustion powder. That sounds fun. I hear lots of screaming. That can only be a good thing. Ah, okay, it just adds fire to weapons. Got it. Wedged in the hilt are fragments of blessed fabric from relics of the ancient gods. Often these weapons are buried together with the high ranks of the federal army to protect them after death, but are now reserved for church-bound nobles. Note the unique skill on this. That's because, much like Bloodborne trick weapons, these have, well, a trick they can do. In our case, spear. By holding R1, you can activate that alternate attack set, basically. I won't really be using it here because it takes that blue meter right below our health to use that. And there's no real need for it. But rest assured, it will be seeing use. Basically, yeah, it's definitely within the same vein as quite a few of the games that have come out in recent years. Oh, you look effective. How about... No, you're not gonna stick around and work with me, huh? Okay. It's like, it's definitely got a Castlevania-esque aesthetic in a lot of places, though you can also compare it to Bloodborne, which many people have been doing. And that would also be a fair comparison. And I've already told people that I would compare this to Moonscars, which came out, I think, earlier this year or late last year. I forget which. But it moves and plays very similarly. People have also compared it to Blasphemous, which is also a fair comparison. And this is the skills I was talking about. That blue meter being the focus that they mention. But against regular enemies, I don't really see the point. So you do get focus back when they die, so it's not like you really lose it. And these statues give you your focus back. Just, you know, grab the gem out of its chest and break it, because why have any respect for the statues around here? We're not gonna be able to make it over there right now. It starts out very simple, but it will definitely escalate rather quickly. Exactly. We may as well give them more reasons. More Hamlet shards, which just give you back focus. So if you were gonna prioritize using the spear form of this sword, for example, you'd probably want to put those focus restoratives on your bar. You do not seem to get healing injections back by touching shrines or anything, so you do want to make sure to pick them up. They do seem to be a limited quantity, but they drop a lot, it seems, at least initially, so I wouldn't stress over using them too much. Fuck your window. Take note of this thing right here. The fact that it's blinking. I don't know how to use them yet, but I presume that we will use them at some point. Presumably some manner of grapple. I tried jumping across this. It turns out that doesn't actually exist. And And we're about to reach the end of my 20-minute test. I did one more thing, more or less, and then I stopped so I didn't see too much of the game. Because I had been satisfied at that point. Smoosh. You know, maybe it's for the best we didn't team up with them. And meet the first, I guess you would call this a boss fight of the game. It does hit very hard, as you see there. I misread that one. That one's on me. I'm gonna have to heal a bunch in this fight, because even when I successfully did this in my test game, it took a few tries. And as you can see, I keep just barely guessing the move it's going for wrong. And it has a lot of health. So mistakes are kind of a problem. We might actually run out of healing. I really need to roll through him when he does that one. The long shot forward, that is. Yeah, that one. Just so I quit misreading that. Gotta be mindful of the falling spikes. I hate that I keep getting caught by that one, because it's stupid of me to get caught by that. And I knew I was gonna screw up there. I got momentarily impatient, and that's exactly what killed me. Because I'm like, if I just close the gap, I'll end this fight and we don't have to worry about anything. But no. And actually, we did get one back right as we respawned, so I stand slightly corrected there. I was really hoping to get that first try to make up for how many times I died to that in testing. But I'm not surprised that I died to it again. As you saw, he hits very hard. You don't have a lot of room to make mistakes. And I'm not opposed to that, but boy, does it still frustrate me on a certain level. But that's a me thing. We're going in with less healing this time. But as you can see, the typical your stuff gets dropped on the ground thing happens when you die. Well, that was an interesting skip in his animation. I got greedy. I always misread the angle on that launch. It's like, I know better, but I just never quite get the angle. So I end up running into where it's going. Like, this is frustration with myself, in case anyone's questioning that. This is me being mad at me, not the game. This is not the game's fault. This is all actually well telegraphed and given away. I just get in my own head and do stupid moves to try to avoid things. I thought he was doing the one move and he did the other one instead. That's one thing I do have to point out. There's only certain things you can animation cancel. Healing isn't one of those things you can animation cancel into, and I fumbled because of that right there. Which I, again, should have known better, but brain kicked in just a hair too slow on that thought. So we're gonna be here for a little bit. It's gonna take a couple tries to get through him. I would hazard a guess that the brawler type would get through this a lot easier because you'd push through that health bar a lot quicker and you'd have a much larger reserve of health at the start. But I went into this knowing I was going to have a harder time going into this with lower health. So I would definitely ask that people be patient while I get past this. I'm just gonna poke around for some more jars in case we can get enough healing to make sure that this isn't a problem again. Doesn't seem like there's any jars here, though. And there have already been reviews claiming that this game is too easy, and I can see where they come from saying that with how, again, well telegraphed those attacks are. But as you've seen by how I've been handling it, it's still very easy to have a problem if you just do not approach it carefully enough and with the proper respect for how dangerous the enemies are. I think there were some jars past this guy up here. At least that's the hope. Might be that not all of them came back. Well, they came back, but there was nothing in them. Well, guess I'm making do with an ever-decreasing amount of healing, then. Ah, well. I will say, I had a round of this where I got through the fight without getting hit, and that was the winning round. So, in theory, we can do it. I just need to stop screwing it up. Okay, that's what the Discord notification was. Sorry, everybody, got distracted for a second because I saw an issue on a Discord that I moderate, so I thought that notification was relating to that. It wasn't, but had to check. But yeah, jumping really is very helpful in this fight. As you might imagine from the ground slams. Because as long as you avoid getting hit by the ground slams, he really can't hurt you. You know, unless you just stand there like I did the one time and just eat hits like a schlub. At that point, it's your own fault. You could say that, Jay. You could certainly say we've used up our one faith. I've certainly decreased people's faith in me with how many times I've died to this guy already. But hopefully you're doing well today, friend. Spikes are in the air. Ah, he clipped me with it. Glad to hear it. Misread that one again, but that's okay. This fight is over. As I explained, this fight isn't hard. I just kept getting in my own head and being stupid with it. We now have the Stigma of Reprieve. As the power of the Juneus Ministry's enemies begins to seep into the world, this power can be harnessed by those who have fallen victim to the Ministry's terror. This Stigma is used for a vicious counterattack, temporarily stunning the enemy. Basically, we now have a parrying mechanic. Press R1 and triangle with the Stigma equipped to strike out at attacking enemies. A well-timed hit will interrupt most attacks and restore a portion of health. Consumes power per use. I really like the pixel art in this game. Just look at this carriage, for example. There's a lot of little detail in here. But that's just my inner artist losing its mind for a moment there. These are temporary checkpoints, as opposed to the larger shrines we were touching before. Timed it wrong. I am gonna have to get my head back in for those parries. And that's why you look before you jump. I'm actually really annoyed with myself because I cleared this whole section without jumping on any of those spikes in testing, and of course, the second the camera's on, straight into the spikes I go. There's your parrying at play there. You'll notice that takes the light blue meter up there in order to use. But it's got a range limitation, so you gotta be kind of careful with it. I really thought of any of the spikes I would have landed in that one. But nope, not so much. That, I think, is a death pit. Not certain about that, though. But you'll notice as long as you hit them during their attack animation, it counts. It's not like a precision parry. I'm just comparing it to that because that's the function it has. So enemies with really long attack animations, you have a pretty generous window to stop them. To the right, Onyxville Manor. To the left, the temple we came from. To the right, the city of Mithrangal. We're gonna want to go up here first, most likely, because a manor sounds more inviting than an entire city. And more likely to be full of profit. Your dress is very long, madam, or you've got very long legs.
You bring a dangerous affliction before me, yet I smell fear upon your flesh. You may approach.
I feel like you're contradicting yourself in a way there, madam, but sure.
Who is the woman that speaks before me?
An interrogation will not serve you well. Your heart is murky and unworthy of the mercy of the Lady of the Manor, Helena.
Yet you've introduced yourself anyway.
My lady.
You speak with respect, only now as I reveal myself to you. But your curse will always burden you. Many others like you have dwelled here in the manor. I feel a familiarity with this place, a pull I cannot explain. Many would implore me to seek freedom, but freedom is not this life's ultimate treasure. Understanding's what I seek.
I can get behind that.
As do I.
Exactly, Eric.
Then seek it. Return to me with your findings and experiences, cursed one. And through our understanding, you shall be bolstered yet. And pray, would you do me a kindness in turn?
That depends on what it is.
What would you ask of me?
I have callings elsewhere, yet I remain. I yearn for this place, for those here with me. If you discover a teacup most blessed on your travels, deliver it to me. For a lady cannot remain in one place for so long. There are whispers throughout the manor. Whispers that reveal secrets, spells. You will come to understand soon enough.
I'm definitely interested in spells, but she will be our level up system currently. Now, despite the fact that I've started us with a good chunk of mind, I am going to raise our strength to a... Actually, no, our weapon is interesting. So I made an assumption that we had different weapons depending on which character setup we started with, but that has very swiftly been disproven both by the weapon I was holding when I spawned in and by this now. This weapon is dexterity based. So strength really doesn't matter to us, right now at least. I was gonna raise our strength to make us more capable with our weapon, but as it turns out, dexterity is still gonna be our secondary probably then. Which works fine for me. I am going to raise our vitality up 1 just so we're past the 100 mark. It's not gonna make a huge difference, but I'll feel better about it. And this will get us to a nice even 60 for our weapon power. I would commit more to mind, but we don't have anything that uses it currently. So there's no sense in putting points into a stat that's not going to help us. She does have other things to say, though, so let's hear her out.
'Tis a strange manor. Pray, tell me more.
A place of ancient splendour, home of the Oxnevilles, now forever tainted by the ones who called it home. Through twistedness and bad omen, people sought solitude. But alas, 'tis a blessing that I cannot share. Yet, now you are here, like many before you who have been drawn to these hallowed walls.
Okay, lots of people have come here, and most of them didn't get what they wanted from the sound of things. For healing. Watch as Eric ascends the staircase a second time, and then falls over for some reason. I guess maybe he jumped in? He's having a bit of a moment, though. Slight gore warning, by the way. Because remember, he is very afflicted with something. We haven't been told what, I don't think. But he's definitely got some problems.
What is this place?
Ah, a wanderer. Around these parts. You truly have hardy blood coursing through your veins. Blood that I regretfully do not possess. I am Mark, and this here liquor is my courage.
I like your vest, Mark. I might steal it from you if you die. I mean, hello.
This liquid keeps my heart beating, the only way to heat up my sunless world. This curse has shackled me to shadow, away from my beloved Mithrangal.
How is it that you get more alcohol without leaving here? That's an interesting question.
Mithrangal. Tell me of this place.
I really like that name, Mithrangal.
I recall my days in Mithrangal with fondness, dear wanderer, yet it is a city that now exists merely in my dreams. The contamination smote what I held most dear. The cloud still holds the city hostage. Hence why I remain here, with no hope of forgetting.
You might be right about that now. That may be a question best left unasked.
Despair and distrust has overwhelmed the people. Just like our ancestors, we squabble and doubt each other's loyalty. We've not learned from their mistakes.
Shocking.
I know of a man. He sought to rid us of such chaos. It is seldom that one steps forward to do what is right. They call him Herman. You must seek him out before your indisposition takes you.
Tell me how to find him.
I
Very
cannot.
direct question.
The path is clouded. My eyes fail me.
You do look like you don't have pupils. Are you... Mark might be blind. Or they're just hidden under the shadows of his eyebrows. One or the other.
Here, I bestow this weapon upon you. What do they call you? Ah, you are branded.
A Nightbane pistol, a weapon forged in recent times but inspired by ancient craftsmanship. Despite its deceptive lightness, the pistol's ancient blueprint was modified as the mutation developed to increase its firepower with the force to pierce the increasingly tough skin of the Cold One mutants. So they're mutations, okay. Good to know.
Eric, it will help protect your body. Your heart, I fear, may not be so fortunate.
Well, yeah, violence doesn't tend to protect the heart.
Take this key. I hope you find a use for it, for I am finished.
Mark, you have been very helpful already. Mark's key, a possession said to be exploited by souls of mystery. The bearer of this key shall enter whence the celestial whispers come, and the gateway amongst gnarled ancient flora. There is talk of a curious presence haunting and confused, the four walls where she ponders a refuge.
Mithrangal. Tell me of this place.
I recall my days days in Mithrangal with fondness, dear wanderer. Yet it is a city that now exists merely in my dreams.
Okay, he's just repeating himself.
Surely you must have some desire to leave this place.
I think this is new, though.
If I were to leave, it would challenge the despicable power that controls our beloved Mithrangal. A terrifying power no one dares to test, and that includes you. That is why you must find Herman. He is the man who seeks the cure for your affliction.
I mean, couldn't I just find the cure myself rather than relying on this Herman? I mean, I guess it might be faster if he already knows part of the answer. But I feel like the time spent finding him might also be better spent just finding the answer ourselves. This statue in the middle here reminds me of something, and I can't quite put my finger on it. Some more demioxide bullets, which, as you might assume, are most likely used in the Nightbane pistol. Which makes it interesting that we were getting them from the very beginning before we even had this. Healing injection. Well, Eric, I thought you were going to sit in the chair, but you know what? I approve of chair eating. Open the box. Barsov's electrocution. Weapon of last resort. These were studied and used by the Ethereal Order to torture infidels with constant and lasting pain. Later, it was converted into a new, mightier power by Nikolai Barsov and continues to prove itself an effective weapon. Ooh. Member of the Household's letter. When the destruction around us began, we made for the rumored passages which would lead us to safety. Yet a scourged shadow blocked our path, ensuring a terrible fate upon us all. Well, that's unfortunate. Ah, so the electrocution replaces the pistol in our left hand. Okay. That's the wrong button. Okay. I just have engage Emperor mode. Okay. It does take the same meter as our right hand move, though, so I do need to remember that. But I do suspect that it'll be quite useful, since we do have a decent bit of magic power. I wonder, what should I do with this block? Can I not? Apparently I can't push blocks yet. Okay, guess we'll have to learn how to push blocks somewhere. Fair enough. Not the first time, not the last time. Guess we'll come back to that idea later. Can I go through the passageway here? No. So I guess we only came in here for the electrocution, and honestly, that's good enough for me, because that does seem like it'll be quite useful. And these checkpoints do restore our magic. Very good. But it looks like even with 15 mind, we will have to use it somewhat carefully. Ah, that's what Mark's key opens. So two things I've immediately realized here. One, she's a bit tall. She's also got a baby carriage. But I want to point out a comparison. Notice her design is very similar to the Lady of the Manor over here. Same type of dress, but in a different color. And a similar stature. Just want to point that out, and now we'll interact with this. Hungry Essence. Do what? Attract more Nightcrux from defeated enemies. Neat. Just an experience booster. Okay. Hi.
My lady, why do you push such a heavy burden?
This carriage is no burden, not compared to that which weighs upon my mind. The presence of children, those forgotten.
There's a few things to unpack here. One, apparently that's ink. I thought it was blood. Not gonna lie to you. Really thought that was blood, and I had some concerns. Considering the carriage is covered in a lot more of it than she is. The voice is, you know, slightly unnerving, but I'm sure it's fine.
They are supreme and need protection. Only this carriage can provide such sanctuary.
Might also be slightly insane.
They are scattered throughout this world, and there are many away from this land of toil, where they will forever be safe. Find them, and I shall show you enormous gratitude.
That is true. The blood of art would be ink, but I don't know if this lot acknowledges that their picture's on a screen. Welcome in, Eva. Welcome to this. This sure is a thing, and I'm just gonna walk away now. We'll unpack that more later, I presume. I'm enjoying it so far. I got bodied by the first boss as expected a couple times before demonstrating how not actually that difficult it was. But, you know. That's how these go. And already got well acquainted with a set of spikes. Here, catch. I thought they were gonna die before it got to that point. Oh, that's unfortunate. Sounds good, no. Good luck. And thank you. Oh, that one's got a gun. Or they got a broom that they're pretending is a gun. We'll find out in a second. Thought I could roll quick enough on that one. I don't know why they didn't continue their attack there. I went to counter it and then the attack didn't happen. Interesting. They faked me out. Okay, so my magic is pretty powerful as I expected it to be. Ow. As expected, guns hurt. Guns hurt a lot. Okay, I can jump out of a roll. I kept meaning to check that, and then I never did. Up you go. Skull Cleaver. The carvings and mysterious cranium depicted on the hilt of this axe elusively tell of past waged battles. The style of the symbols dates it to just prior to the fall of Erlim, so it possibly began as a ceremonial weapon and later modified to be an effective defense against horrors. That is a new primary weapon. Its unique skill is a jumping attack with a wave around it. Okay. Oh, that is a bit slower. Oh yeah, something I forgot to mention. You can do charge attacks. Both weapons have that. With different ranges, too. Let's try the axe out for a little bit, though I presume this will be a strength weapon, so it'll probably not be great for us with our piddling strength, but it'll be fine. Well, probably fine. More healing injections. It moves in a very satisfying way. You know what? Oh, you're too low to the ground for that, huh? That's not ideal. I had assumed the magic was gonna have a weakness because of its reach. And lo and behold, it's because it's at a set height. Eat, eat, eat. Ever since I realized I could throw things, I've been just throwing everything I find. Let's heal a little bit more, just be on the safe side. You. Catch. Maybe you'll do better with the second one. Nope. Oh yeah, you'll notice a triangle prompt appeared on him right before he died. You can actually do, like, executions on things as well. I don't know if it has a benefit, but it's a good way of getting nearly dead enemies off the screen. So, there's that. I somehow did not trigger any this time when it kept happening in the test file. but I think it's because I'm using a different setup this time, and the rogue might have just been more prone to hitting them to just the right threshold for it. Injection, checkpoint. So far the checkpointing is reasonably generous, and I'm going to assume that's going to stop at some point. I assume I can't open that one. Yeah, the lever over there most likely opens it. No one here for me to throw these at. Ooh. Wait. Okay, no, I fooled myself there. I thought for a second I had swapped to the sword mid-combo because I was trying to do that. You cannot do that. Don't like that. Just gonna zap that into exploding. Dead mind. Okay. I don't know if those explosions are gonna be a problem. And that's the other reason why I didn't want to be jumping back and forth across these. Because I knew invariably I was gonna stumble. And then splat. I am mildly concerned about the fact that spikes are instant kill in this game. I feel like that's gonna become a problem at some point. Okay, it looks like their explosion doesn't actually hurt, so I guess this is fine. Nope, they do actually hurt me. Today we learned, and I think I might have actually lost my money that was sitting there, but that's fine. It's not that bad. It's early on yet, so as long as they don't keep doing that everywhere constantly, that's fine. That might just be the thing for this area, is that there's lots of spikes. Just means I do, as soon as he lines up, one of these. Use my gun instead of trying to deal with those in close combat. Is the air control and such is quite good, so it's not like the spikes themselves are a serious problem. They're only really a threat if you screw up dealing with the bombers. Now, the edge detection on those ledges could be slightly better. I clearly landed my front foot on the ledge there, and it didn't work out. Hey there, Magus. How you doing, buddy? Welcome to me falling in spikes because I'm disagreeing with the edge detection. Just means I need to get a little closer before I jump. Wrong one. Can't jump and shoot either. Okay, gotta keep that in mind. They did say this pistol's fairly heavy for what it is, though. They mentioned it was light, but then contradicted that by saying they made it heavier. So it's probably a reasonably heavy handgun. And light for its type could also mean that it still weighs enough to be a handful of bricks, considering the type of handgun it is. There we go. Can I duck your shots, or are you gonna not shoot again? Okay. Good news, everybody. Now that I know I can't hit the dogs with magic, I do just need to jump over them, which isn't actually that big a problem. And they have a bit of delay on turning around. I do appreciate the fact that there are reasonable ways around a lot of the enemies so far. Give me that. So yeah, that's how executions are in this game. They're a little gory. They're a little gory. I'm not gonna be able to make that jump. I'm gonna need to go up and around to get to that. Pop them from down here so I don't have to deal with them when I'm getting past the gunner. You well-timed son of a bitch. There's your electric karma, you bastard. Oink. And this is why I'm not too shy about using the gun, is we seem to pick up a decent amount of bullets. Side bullets. Okay, yeah, this isn't solid, but it is a button. Okay, so that's how we open the doors. Got it. And what's this? More healing injections. I was really worried there was going to happen to be spikes down there, just because it's feeling like it's going to sometimes be that kind of game. But we're in the city proper now. At least proper enough that it's telling me I'm there. Yeah, that's understandable in a situation like that. What do you want, old man?
Something catches your eye.
Are you a merchant?
Your wares are of no interest to me.
Rude.
Pity. Surely you require an instrument to protect yourself. This place is an unforgiving one.
You got that much right, though. Why are you so covered in blood? I presume you've been having to defend yourself.
My darling daughter was not so fortunate. She was taken inside that place.
And you're gonna ask me to go get her.
My heart is weighed down with my grief. Nevertheless, it is a heart that would surely be lightened with a purchase. Regret is not something you will feel.
Bold of you to assume I'm not already regretting this conversation.
What is your daughter's fate to be?
It is a heavy price, but one demanded by the church. A church with prejudice against its own congregation, sucking the hope out of us all. She is in the chains of these wretched people. I must resign myself to a fate of a hunt, an all-consuming pursuit of those who hold her. I must.
I feel like you could say that of a few religions.
Your purchase will be grateful and will return a mere fraction of the warmth to my heart. So, what say you? But be quick, my time is limited, and I must relinquish my daughter from the hell she's in.
I'll give him credit for one thing. He didn't ask me to go get her, but he's really pouring on the sob story hard to try to get me to buy something. What do you got, old man? You got bullets? Okay. You got things that let me set things on fire? Okay, you're winning so far. I can't help but notice, though, that you said you had instruments to defend myself, and the closest thing to that you have is the bomb. Which I like the bomb, but I can't help but notice that you're charging 300, and I don't know if that's 300 for one of them or not. That's what's bothering me with that one. Oh, it is, but I kind of expected him to be selling weapons, not ammunition, when he says instruments to protect yourself with. A bomb stuffed with fire grains to trigger devastating fire damage from a distance. It requires a lot of care during its construction and transportation, lest it fortuitously combust. Wouldn't that be unfortuitously when it's blowing up when you don't want it to? This makes it a dangerous and even lethal weapon for non-experts to wield. Yeah, that's why I'm like, I don't know about this one. I'll buy one as a test. And yeah, it is 300 for one bomb. This better destroy something for that price. Oh, that's probably why we got one healing thing back when I died before. We can carry 7, but it stores the extra ones, and you more than likely will refill from your storage on respawn. That would make sense. So I'm also not going to buy any then. Not gonna lie, I'm already disappointed. I was excited, expecting to find a third new melee weapon or something, or maybe he had some spells. Oh, they've got firebombs of their own. I swear if mine is that small, I'm gonna be so depressed. And yes, I know what I said. I'm not taking that statement back. That's just already happened, and it's no point in worrying about it. Oh, there's an actual checkpoint. Well, that was the point of the joke, yes. There's layers to this joke. So that's a shortened ladder. Ow, I see. We get to it from the room above it then. Okay, we'll worry about that in the eventual future when we end up there. Well, this is mildly spooky. Prizes. It's good art. Middle Mist pastilles, okay. Dead guy. Dead guy without prizes, I might add. What's the point to a lever if it doesn't move? Disappointing lever. How about this one? That one works. So, to put a better point on it, this is more than likely an elevator, and the elevator is currently non-functional, which is why this lever doesn't move. I also appreciate that I've got the, like, Symphony of the Night style slide. So I can just kind of mash back and forth and make him do cape flips. Let's do the ladder first, because this presumably leads to that chest I was looking at. Or it just leads back down here. Maybe there was something I missed back here that leads to that room then. Because there's very clearly a ladder up there, and that lever brings this ladder down. So either we go further up to get there. When he died, it almost sounded like he said meow, and I don't know how to feel about that concept. Yes, hey yourself. Well, the thing is, I know I'll get to it. That's why I'm not worried about it. It's not like this game's full of points of no return or anything. This game is built to be on the basis of a Metroidvania, so it's most likely I just can't have it yet. so I'm not worried about it. I'll get to it when the game lets me get to it. Well, yeah. I never said I don't get lost too. As you've seen, I've run in many circles. But this tells me that most likely this door up here leads to that chest in one form or fashion or another. Ooh, there. That game is still... I still don't entirely know how to feel about Soldiers, even though I've beaten the game. It had so many good things, but a couple really glaring, annoying things, too. Small child with a knife. I'm glad I choose when he climbs up, so there can be situations where there's gonna be somebody guarding a ledge and I don't have to climb into their stabbing. We are going very high up. Huh? Okay. Understood. There is a ladder there. Thank you, game. But what are you supposed to be telling me with that? I presume the thingy up there is important. How about that first? Okay, old man. Rude of you to be flinging dirt at me like that. Oh, he leaves, like, weird pustule mines, too, huh? I dislike you. Get electrified. I see. This may, in fact, be a dead end at the moment. Because I can't roll through it, I can't jump over it, and hitting it isn't doing anything. Oh, I can reach that ledge. Okay. There we go. You know, you say come closer, and then you throw an explosive at me. I really don't feel very inclined to get closer to you. Especially when they sound like they're gargling marbles. Oh, no, I see what I need to do. You in there.
I am caged in, unable to spread my wings. I need assistance.
Do you actually have wings, or is that a metaphor? Because if you have wings, I'm more inclined to help you because you'll be more useful. But I presume that's also the merchant's daughter, most likely. Ow, my legs. Well, I guess I'm down here now. This, I presume, puts me on the right track for what I desire. Healing injection. I don't like this. I don't like this. Because this screams... There'd be a boss fight on the other side of this door to me, considering there's a temporary checkpoint and a focus restoration here. Oh, well, not quite a boss fight, but this is a thing. Ow. Rolling through him didn't work, so we'll just jump that now. Ow, bad dog. Oh, he apparently cannot be harmed from the front. Good to know. Yeah, he's clearly meant to force you to get attacked by the dogs. is basically his whole shtick. So we'll just deal with the dogs and then deal with him. Easily done. Cold One Shielder. Ah, so those are cold ones. Okay. Some kind of, like, vampire-looking things a little bit. I say vampire because of the bat-like wing he was using as a shield. Whoa, what is your deal? Yeah, vampire might still not be a wrong comparison. Aha! Here's this room. But that doesn't solve our mystery of how to get to the chest, except this is a secret door. Okay, I gotta say one thing about that. The fact that it turned into an archway and you could very clearly see it morph is very funny. I don't know if that was intentional, but it was great. Let's see. Found the chest. No problems. Night Tide's Route. Legends surrounding these whips say they are made from the plucked and braided hair of the mysterious daughters of the Night Tide for ritual use. Torture devices to push beyond the usual human threshold of pain, reach new states of consciousness, and let the power of the Nightcrux flow freely in liberated bodies. Well, we could go full Castlevania. Dash backward, raining a volley of vicious nails. Ooh. And it is a dexterity scaling weapon, much like our sword, but it also scales with mind, which means it's perfect for us. The fact that it starts as a candle is kind of wild to me, but it's definitely a whip, and it's got some reach to it. We might be in business here. Good call on really wanting that chest in particular, apparently. Why is Discord going nuts at this time? Oh, okay. That makes sense. Just get rid of that right quick so it's not bothering me, and then we'll carry you forward. There we go. As always, the moment you're busy with something, everything starts going crazy. We do have a lot of resources as well. So I guess those bombs costing 300 isn't that crazy. Considering we've got 3,000. Just early on, it seemed like we weren't getting that much money. But these guys, for example, are dropping 180 each. So 2 of them is 1 bomb. That's not actually that bad. Just in comparison to everything else in his shop, it seemed very high. With that in mind, though, let's test this bomb on the next thing we see. This is when I just miss completely with it, and I'm even more disappointed. Because I don't know what its throwing arc or anything is yet. So I could very easily just completely whiff this. Or not. And that's actually a good amount of damage. And it was going to continue to burn him too, so okay, they're not terrible. Almost certainly going to reserve those for boss fights, but good to know. I am so glad I have a weapon with reach now, because these things seem like they would be upsetting otherwise. Oh, you cheeky bastard. I did not expect him to just throw straight up in the air. Ah. That extends the ladder, which allows us to gain access to where we wanted to go. Or, at the very least, where the game really hinted that we wanted to go. Ooh, they drop combustion powder. I hate them less now. You want about with a piece of meat? hidden healing injections. Oh, I'm gonna hurt you. I'm gonna hurt you a lot because you're a pain in my ass. That's exactly the... See, what you just did right there. That's exactly why I want to hurt you. Ow. And that too. I do also note that there's a build-up meter. You'll notice a little flame symbol up there. I presume we would have actually gotten set on fire if we'd filled that out. Oh, hello.
Sir, allow me to assist you.
Ah, stay back, scoundrel. This is nae place for a traveler.
I'm certainly not a scoundrel, as far as you know.
What a boneheaded thing to do. You could have gotten yourself killed, laddie. And in my house, too.
To be fair, your house seems like one of the nicer places to die I've seen so far.
This is your abode? I know of a much safer place.
You pulling the wool over me eyes, laddie?
Yes, but no. We're kind of making a leap of logic to assume that manor's safe. But it's certainly safer than here, surrounded by cold ones.
No, it is a safe place for many. A place free of scourge. For now, at least.
Aye, I've heard whispers of it. But only whispers. Gives me the shivers, it does. How do I know that I can trust you and the words you speak? You aren't one of those... things.
I mean, I haven't eaten you yet or tried to kill you.
Perhaps you're concealing yourself. It's exactly the manner of deception I'd expect. You could be after me artifacts. Technology many would marvel at.
You do look a bit like an inventor of some kind.
I assure you, I am merely seeking to find my way.
I suppose it's the best offer I'll get. Aye, be seeing you at the manor. I suppose it's the best offer I'll get.
Okay. I wanted to see if I could actually, like, buy something from him now or something. Mechanical bomb. I like you already. And this presumably was the door we were near before. Yep. It is worth noting, by the way, we do have a map. It's actually a pretty good map. I haven't actually looked at it till now. It's actually a reasonably detailed map. As you can see where the checkpoints are, open and locked doors. Which, let me tell you, that's something I really appreciate. The differentiation between doors that are open and doors that are locked. Very helpful. And I can place a bunch of pins telling me where things are. Because, like, there's a chest pin here. I don't know. I don't know if that's, like, meant to be, I know there's a weapon here, or if there's a fight here or something. And this is presumably for important NPCs. Or at least that would be the produced logic for it. Ah, the memories looking at this map, though. Considering it's a very familiar looking map. Style-wise. No, he's just wandering around down there. I heard a monster and I'm like, I should check on that. Because the game doesn't pause when that menu's open, as far as I can tell. Judging from the fact that enemies were still making noise while we were in the menu. There we go. Ba-da-ba-ba. This door still doesn't open. Ba-da-ba-ba. I was wondering, I'm making my way back to the checkpoint just to make sure we don't lose what we've done, and I would like to travel back to the manor to see if he appears there immediately. So I'm curious to see what he has to offer. Is all of the checkpoints allow you to travel? Which, let me tell you, very much appreciate that. immediate fast travel being available is always very nice. So it cuts down on a lot of unhelpful backtracking, because I don't mind backtracking, as I've discussed on numerous occasions, but it has to be backtracking that feels like it has a purpose, instead of just covering ground again for sake of covering ground again.
It seems you were right, laddie. This place sure did come up with the goods. Fancy anything you see?
Ooh, he can also upgrade weapons. But I need moon silver stones. Okay, but he can upgrade guns as well as melee weapons. Good, good. Good, good. Technological gloves. Ah! I've heard whispers of such skilled craftsmanship, yet I've not laid eyes on it until this moment. Many have faced death to possess powerful abilities, sacrifices aplenty, an ocean of blood spilled, all to harness wisdom over a fraught and naive people. To bestow the honor of the Almighty upon the self. Perhaps we have been deceived. It grants enhanced grip when climbing specific smooth surfaces. I presume from the expense of this that this is not necessary, but it would be very helpful. I presume that it's not necessary because them making the grind that it would be to get 10,000 necessary seems a little off. But then again, we already have 4,000 just from tooling around in here, so 10,000 wouldn't even be that unreasonable to get. Well, and the fact that this is also 9,500 means, yeah, they just have high expectations for how much money you're going to be carrying. These nimble blades are the result of recent technology created and used by the Starborn against their enemy, the Ethereal Order. They strike the opponent quickly before finishing them with projectiles, or in close combat, one may stab the enemy deeply before pulling the trigger to release a devastating barrage of shots. Perform a sweeping attack firing the integral blunderbuss. It's literally just a gun blade. I kinda need it. I kinda need it, because that's great. Right now, because our dexterity and instinct aren't great, it would be bad for us to use it, but I want it anyway. For now, I think it's in my best interest to buy one of his moon silver stones and upgrade our I guess our whip goes up by, because this goes up by 12, but this goes up by 11, but also scales with our stats better. Is this straight up is just higher scaling if you think about it, since we have two stats that work with it. Is it's the same dexterity scaling amount, but it also scales with our other stat. And it's got that reach advantage we've already discussed. Just embrace my inner Belmont. Have anything to say about the old man suddenly coming to live here?
Gratified to lay my eyes upon you once more.
Nothing useful. And I could have leveled up instead of buying that, but I think I still have enough to level up once. Oh yeah, I actually have enough to level up a few times. Yeah, our magic weapon goes up quite a bit from that. So if I go dex twice, that once, and a hit of vitality to round that off, that gives me an appreciable increase in everything I could desire at the moment. And we've doubled our level, I think. I have nothing to talk to her about still. Oh yeah, the checkpoint's just to the right in here. Brain went, there's no checkpoint in the middle of the room. I am confused. Confused just for a second there. So we've got an open door to the right there. I presume since there's a blinking light up there, they want me to do something up there in particular. And I might have just, like, missed that or something. So let's go back there and see what it's on about with that. Because, like, I might have just missed a plot point or something. It wouldn't be the first time. Especially since up until a moment ago I wasn't using the map at all. I'm just going as my mind willed me to go. I just gotta be mindful because this was the area with all the spikes, wasn't it? Not right where we're standing right now specifically. Wait, no. This was right before that area, and we actually... Yeah. By checkpointing back here, we didn't actually have to interact with that area again. So that actually works out in our favor, all things considered. Wait. Now the marker's gone. Oh, I'm a fool. I'm a fool, I'm a fool, I'm a fool. You want to know what that blinking thing was? That was us. But it was still in the spot it was before? And that's what confused me. Is the reason why it was still up there is because we had never warped yet. And the layout in that particular place looks strange because while you're inside the manor, it doesn't actually show you in a different spot. Is the manor and the broken pass are technically the same zone. That's what got me. Okay, now that I understand that, that won't happen again. Or, I should say, it won't happen again today. I'm sure it'll happen again at some point, as I'll forget. But now we've learned that at least. So I do want to just go back to the chapel alcove. Wait, no. This is back at the beginning. Yeah, we went West District then. Because, I should have realized because of the fact that it changes to the green area, which is the old ruins. Which I appreciate that, actually, where it'll show you where it changes to a different color on the map when it changes from one map to the next. That's actually quite helpful. And it is getting warm in here, so give me a second. There we go. The tea is probably doing too good a job of warming me up. There's something beneath the monument, but it is too heavy to move. The monument bears an engraving of a ring. So I guess I need to bring a ring here at some point. Is this actually open? Because we didn't go this way last time. I climbed up first. Hello! Oh, she's another one that leaves a trail of goop that hurts you. Okay. And yet, deranged woman seems pretty accurate for whatever that was. And now that we've got something that works with our stats a bit better, I definitely feel better overall. I really thought she was going to be dead at that point, so that was on me. Institute Scientia report. Dear colleagues, as you can see, the wingspan of this particular cold one measures about 5.5 meters, allowing stable flight. However, the others we have recovered have a premature wing structure. I believe that we face a mysterious evolution from the recent mutations. We have seen similar effects in many infected individuals. Very good. Very good for everyone involved. At least they don't immediately respawn. Why are you gonna try to murder me with an umbrella? And why are you so good at it? That's a better question. Thankfully, you're not so good at turning around. Street mistress. Well, that leads to a whole lot of questions I'm not gonna think about right now. Gotta go around to get that. Okay. Whoa there, whoa there. Easy, child. Cool it. Good dog. Not actually dog. Didn't realize that till after I looked at it for a second longer. Like, wait, no, that's not the dog. That's something else that looks like a dog. I'll get a glance. That sure isn't a dog. Looks an awful lot like the stray cold one. Oh, well, it's called a slumhound, but that... Still saying that ain't a dog. But let's not think over it too much, shall we? Let's instead get prizes. Corrupted Star. The use and study of corrupted stars were considered forbidden by the Ethereal Order due to the original connection to the Daughters of the Night Tide, until they were rediscovered by a group of scientists seeking refuge from the Order or in Erlim under the Black Hall's protection. There are powers too great to understand, but malevolent enough to indulge and destroy the minds of those who believe they can control them. Okay. That's not one of those, huh? Ooh. Ooh. Launch a star of dark energy that damages foes. Costs slightly more, does a lot more damage, and has a fairly high mind requirement. But we thankfully are pretty smart. And that door... Oh, that throws like a Castlevania axe. Okay. I am kind of less into it than I was a second ago, but it'll be fine. Got a bad feeling about this room. A lot of dead people here. Not a boss room, though? This screamed like boss fight room to me, but maybe there's something else we do and then boss fight happens here or something. More hungry essence. Okay. Not sure why that's just in an open field. Federal Inquisition. Another elevator that's jammed. Okay. Definitely a bunch of cold ones died here. Magnetic bomb. They like their bombs in this game, and I am all for it. Can't go up there without some manner of climbing gear. I don't know if it's the gloves we saw that would be for that. I would presume not, because it said smooth surfaces, and those surfaces very clearly aren't smooth. So we'll have to come back to that idea later. Oh. I might have just realized something. Remember when the lady said she wanted to be able to spread her wings? Anybody else realize the connotations of that, even though I realized it a bit late? Yeah, just consider that concept again with our new knowledge about the cold ones, and that could be a problem. That just hit me, like, oh, wait, yeah. Wings in this world might be a bad thing. Guess who forgot that things can still move when he's got the map open, right after he told everybody else about it. Give a hint, it's the guy who nearly got stabbed by an angry woman. I'll get to you in a second. There we go. I really should be making use of those hungry essence bottles. But I've also got nothing I want to build up money for yet. Especially. I mean, the Blunder Blade would be nice, but it's not the right stats for us. And I would definitely love to have those climbing gloves that I don't know what the purpose of is yet. But I don't feel like I need them.
Remain where you are. I do not wish to be disturbed.
That's fair, though I am somewhat disturbed to just being in your presence right now, considering things there, but I will happily just pass quietly if you'll let me through.
My apologies, yet I cannot help but notice your anguish.
That too, sure, yeah, that.
Not anguish, but an acceptance of the truth that has evaded me for so long. Tell me, what are you?
That's a very deep question.
Eric,
That's who. She asked what.
I know whom you are, but what is your purpose here?
Wait, how do you know who we are?
prayer. Yourself?
Now, Eric, don't be smart. Don't be a smartass.
To mourn, seek refuge. Many here do. It's a place of acceptance, finality, forced upon us by the people up high to save themselves from ailment.
Even though we all know that's not gonna work in the long run.
A callous man haunts it, one who will doom us all in the end. So I have accepted my fate and became familiar with where I am destined to be, right here.
So you hang out at the graveyard because you know you're gonna die. I guess that makes sense.
I cannot continue my life until my husband is at peace. This is impossible without the flowers, only found in the Sea City. I fear I will never be able to place them here with my beloved.
That seems oddly specific. But maybe something can be arranged here.
It is a dangerous path, but one your strong heart can sustain. Will you bring them to me, Eric?
You just asking me to do this to get rid of me? Because honestly, just tell me to go away and I would probably just leave. Right, rather than sending me on what might be a wild goose chase. You know what, just for that, do you have anything else to say? Oh, you actually have a lot to say.
The Sea City. I've heard only whispers about it. Can you tell me more?
A place that has seen many sacrifices to a deity that we not speak of. A place drenched in riches and in as many secrets. Wealth drove those who inhabited the city of Silver Bridges mad.
She said inhabited, but it just says habited there, so they might want to fix that typo.
Those riches still remain, there for the taking. Many have taken advantage of them. Perhaps you will too.
I mean, if I'm going there to get you flowers, I may as well get some money while I'm there, yeah.
A field of death. Some say it is the possession of one man, a testing grounds. I have heard whispers that he steals corpses from their resting places, their bones, his ingredients.
So we got a regular Dr. Frankenstein hanging around here somewhere.
Evil courses through his veins, as it does through those things he's created. I pray that the church forgives him. But alas, I fear my prayers will be in vain.
You're assuming the church isn't funding him. From everything we've seen about the churches around here, that's entirely possible. So now, let's see. We know we can't go up there and do anything useful. There's a crystal to the right blocking our way that way. I might be able to climb up in the room to my immediate left. No, I cannot. That reminds me of that. So that leaves... potentially figuring out a way to get the woman who was talking to us through the window somewhere around in here out from where she is. Though I presume that involves getting in there. Doing something potentially over here is a possibility. We know we can't do anything over here in Federal Inquisition. Was there... I think something was stopping me going this way, right? There was like a block or something here. We may as well check while we're right here. I genuinely don't remember. But I feel like that was where the block next to the dog thing was. Yeah, that definitely is that. Because if you look, there's the block. We can't move it. Which also tells me we're meant to come out from there rather than in. Because if you noticed where the lip was that was going to stop the block, it would still leave that tunnel blockaded. Even if I moved it. So, that's how that works. There's a glowy thing above us there, but we'll have to figure out glowy thing later. So far, the exploration is just wide enough to let me run around, but they also curtail you running off into places you don't belong. In a not unreasonable way so far. Because they let you try, and then you realize on your own, like, oh, hey, this is not possible. Rather than blocking you from accessing an area entirely with arbitrary doors. Which I always appreciate. It's not necessarily ideal, but it's better than some options. And I know I'm falling quiet a bit, it's because I'm both basking in what I'm doing here and processing a lot of information all at once. I'm trying to filter through all of the chaff we've seen to figure out what we actually need to be doing. And what we need to be doing is presumably here. And this must be the elevator that we couldn't use before, but we can now, which provides us another shortcut. The amount of shortcuts in this game already pleases me. Oh, hi. Okay, good talk. It is unfortunate that you can break the things you would want to throw so easily. I would almost think that I'd use the whip to get up to those, but clearly the whip is a weapon, not a traversal. And they wouldn't want to force people to use the whip as a traversal that aren't at the right stats to make it useful. There we go. Oh, why are there small angry children all over the bottom of this ladder? Okay, that would work great if I had used it somewhere that wasn't covered. Good job, Brain. Too early. Or too short. I think it was more too short than too early on that one. I was gonna use him to try to get some health back, since the parry gives you health. But that was very promptly botched. To no one's surprise. Another elevator. One open, and it indicates that we're meant to take it to go down. But if we take it to go... Oh, that's how we get in. No, that's how we get up from down there. So there must be something else that gets us into there. But now we're in the East District. And at least there's another checkpoint. Oh god, more old man dust thrower. I do like the ghost trails that the flyers leave behind. I could have shown off the execution for that. Oh well. There will be other opportunities, I'm sure, because I'm betting those flyers are going to be quite plentiful in an upsetting fashion. I turned around to try to counter it and moved just a hair too slow. There we go. They're not so bad, though. That running attack is actually a lot more dangerous than the regular attacks. I assume this is not open. Yep. Locked, jammed, stuck. There it is. I was just about to say, it's like, wow, I thought he was gonna rip the wings off, and then lo and behold, after he punched it a couple times, then he ripped its wings off. Yikes. Surprise. Yeet. Yeet. Really doesn't actually take that much off the bar, all things considered. And the damage over time from that effect seems to be actually quite potent. It's only 3 a tick, but it ticks very, very fast. Compared to the fire, which was quite slow. But the fire did tick for 15, so I assume it's probably a reasonable close match. Hello. There's another one of those things. Chain. Ah, so there's 3 of them scattered around this area that'll open that big door. And behind that big door then presumably is a boss fight? Question mark? You know, obviously something important is behind the big scary door that's guarded by 3 massive chains. Ooh, prizes. What was I talking about? Old ashes. These powders are produced by students of alchemy at the Institute Scientia under the guidance of senior scientists. However, their teachings are followed blindly, ignorant of the ancient technologies at their foundation. No one truly understands the process, the knowledge lost to time. Ah, the good old going through the motions and not understanding what you're making. And we're right above the checkpoint, so I guess this was self-contained, question mark? Is over there on the right here, I believe was the elevator we looked at that we couldn't do anything with. There might be more to the right then, since there isn't a wall here. But we may as well jump down and hit the checkpoint. This way we won't have to use a heal to heal ourselves. Does mean all these idiots are back, but that's okay. And just ignore the most of them. Get back where I can reach you, you little bastard. I could have just thrown a blade up at him, but that felt wasteful. Oh. So this wasn't the elevator, and this is the big door we saw. Okay. This leads to a focus restoration. And another focus restoration, basically. I'm gonna leave this for when we go through the big door, I think, because I have no need of it currently. That's pretty great. Just watching him fly past me. It is he got countered. He lost track of where his brakes were. There we go. Easily dealt with. I'm getting better at dealing with those guys. This, I presume, is a shortcut back. Yeah, this was the door I was like, this is probably not going to open, right? And then it didn't open. As shown here. Okay. So the question becomes... am I missing something by not going and getting the chain that we now know existed? Because we saw the glowing spot where one of the chains was. Oh wait, no, this path is leading to it. If I go this way, I'm pretty sure it'll be right over here. That's these jokers. Ooh, I killed something down below as well with that throw. Because it just kept carrying on. This ability is proving to be more and more useful by the moment. Yeah, right down here is where we were already. Because this is our access point back up. Because that was the ladder I tried to jump to and couldn't. Well, one of the ladders I tried to jump to and couldn't, rather. That leads us here. This is another stop for that elevator right next to the checkpoint. Which we may as well use the checkpoint, just to make sure that we keep hitting checkpoints, basically. Need to be on the safe side. And save our resources, while we have access to shortcuts. It is mildly unfortunate that we can't get levels at the checkpoints, but it's fine. Ooh, that had 1,000 money in it. And here's the chain we saw from down below. So now we're just missing one. And this gives us access back down there. I do like that all of this links up pretty cleanly. That's always a nice feeling. Having it all just come back together again. And so you don't have to worry about, like, well, what if I missed something over there? It's like, well, now you've got a way to go back there in, like, 2 minutes. As opposed to the, like, 10-minute path it takes you to get there the first time. There's no point touching the checkpoint again, though, because we didn't really do anything other than break the chain. That begs the question of where the last one is. So I don't remember if we could go through here or not. This might be where it is right over here. That would make the most sense. Because the door is right there. So let's look into that, I guess, because I think I turned around and went to the left because of the fact that I knew that one of the chains was going to be over there. So I, of course, deviated in order to get the known quantity before going for the mystery item, more or less. Just not even going to deal with you guys. You take enough hits to be kind of annoying. And I don't want to lose track of where I'm trying to go. And yes, that's the last chain, as expected. Now comes the very big question of, though, was this a good idea? And, I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume probably not. But it was probably a necessary idea. I would also like to point out that Eric's sprite fades out while he's rolling, and I assume that whole faded out time is probably while we have our iframes. Because you're definitely still in the role without iframes a tiny bit. Because I've been hit out of the role before. But I would hazard to say the sprite coloration change is meant to indicate that. That would make the most sense to me, anyway. We don't even need that focus refill, because we didn't really use any. Because I am a silly man like that. So this is either a new area, or there's going to be something important in here. This may very well be the church. Oh no, this is the upper half of the Federal Inquisition building. Okay. We're actually going through the front door, as opposed to climbing up through the basement like I guess I was before. Get off the table. Oh, those are... Well. I hate everything about this. Here, you can have some of that yourself. So the, like, glass or bone or whatever that stuff is down there isn't instant kill like the spikes, but it hurts a bunch. And these guys scream even though they have the same model as the other guys. So that's all worth keeping in mind. Static pastilles. We never did look at what the other pastilles did we? Removes burning, so this removes electrocution. Okay. And magnetic bombs obviously are electric. Mechanical bombs are the things we already had. Ooh, I didn't even consider that that's what this was. The old ashes is a fire punch, it seems. Okay, I'm down for that. A gun, go away. I heard a weird noise, so I wanted to make sure something wasn't creeping up on me. And we did find another moon... Oh no, we just have a slot for moon silverstones, because I bought one. Because they count as key items. That makes sense. That door obviously won't open, so we gotta go down here. And this is why we have an electrocution remove... Ow. Oh, this is a dick move right here. This is just a dick move. Also, just contact with that attack seems to give us that darkness effect that deals damage, so that's unfortunate. Let's go this way. Trying to cross all that seems like a bad idea. You know, when I said it was a fire punch, I was kind of joking. Turns out, though, that's exactly what it is. We just have a flaming falcon punch now. Hello, Batman. Oh, God. He hits really hard with that and has range. Oh, he's got a turning punch. Ooh. Oh, I could have executed. He's a Necrogash. Okay, good to know. Item. Or healing. Actually, that's good to see right now, because we started spending a bunch. Does this lead... No, this doesn't quite lead down to where we were before, but it's close. No, it's the room right before where we couldn't climb up. I thought this was going to be the same shaft that we saw that we couldn't climb. But that shaft is right here. And we still can't bypass those crystals, so this is a dead end at the moment. But this provides us a shortcut back. No, it doesn't. This really isn't a shortcut at all. It's a safer path, theoretically, if you're better at dealing with the crawling guys. But that's about the only positive I could see to this. It's probably for when you actually can break the crystals, which presumably you gain the ability to do so here, then. Either you gain the ability to break crystals, or you gain the ability to climb that shaft. Either one. Thankfully, they give you a decent bit of time between zaps on these pools, unless you're me and jump on them when you know better. Okay, that opens the door up there. And this elevator presumably takes me back to where we were. Which will be very helpful considering I just got electrocuted again. Can't go up further, though. Only stops there, which is okay. We don't need to worry about that. Now we're back at full strength again, and we can press on in the direction we just opened. Of course, we gotta deal with our table dancing band over here. I jumped because I thought I fell off, and that nearly ended in sadness. Here, have a chair. Have another chair. Well, turns out throwing chairs gives you iframes. Gonna have to keep that in mind. 'Cause that's gonna be very useful. Especially for getting through rooms like that without having to waste resources. Yep, had a feeling this was a trap. This just screamed trap. Because it was too empty. Bad. What do we got here? What's this? Magnetic powder, so electrifying our weapon. Okay. I still haven't used the fire powder we found either. But I've not really felt the need for it. Healing injection. You know what, though? This is a good spot to have some fun by throwing bombs down. Except for, you know, the fact that they wandered off the second I had that thought, so let's just not bother. Do this instead. His one good fire punch seems to do in a lot of my problems right now. I'm sad that I can't throw the lamp like I can the chair. There we go. I am burning through a lot more focus now that we have actual dangerous enemies, but that's kind of expected. Because our range advantage with the whip only goes so far. Ooh, more mechanical bombs. They really want me to be using these. Ah, that opened the door. Okay. I was just about to open the map and be like, okay, where do I go from here since we can't go to the right? Turns out we can. You're gonna scream at me. Oh, this is just an upsetting situation all around now, isn't it? There we go. Once again, I swung one too many times, so no execution on that one. I don't know if those executions have a benefit or not. I would assume they do. Just throwing chairs for fun. Well, I know why there was a temporary checkpoint near here now. This is just upsetting. Let's not do that. This seems infinitely more reasonable. Oh, I hate it here. Not a breakable wall? Okay. Seemed suspicious, so it seemed worth checking. Fuck you in particular. Well. Enjoy burning for your sins, you bastard. There we go. I should probably heal. It's probably a better idea than walking around at half health around here. This place is, you know, slightly dangerous. Nope, that side's not a secret door either. Well, not a fan of this. No, sir, I'm not. No, sir, I'm not. But this, I assume, makes this all stop. Nice. I appreciate that. I like getting to break big machinery. I especially like this style of machinery, too. Very Industrial Revolution. And I've certainly revolted against this industry. This presumably means, yes, this is all stopped. But I do have one important question. Ah, that answers that question. The important question was, why was any of this here? Why was this a thing? And that answered my question immediately. So let's touch the checkpoint again, just in case it refreshes by touching it again. Which I heard the flame noise, so presumably yes. And onward we go.
I plead for safety, for the light to return to us. Save us from the chill. Unnumb our hearts from this evil.
I don't know how loud that was, but they were talking, which is why I waited. They are presumably on the other side of that wall. Hey, a proper checkpoint. So we're already in the Inquisition Inner Sanctum. Okay. Probably on our way out of said Inner Sanctum immediately. Well, that's cool. I dislike this, but it's cool that they climbed into the field like that. Missed it. I may want to actually start using my focus restoratives. Well, that's a neat trick. Here's one of mine. Could you not hit me with the blood beam? I would really appreciate that. Thankfully, these don't seem too bad. They're a little durable, but they're not, like, ridiculously strong. Because other than the blood beam, they really don't have too many crazy tricks up their sleeve. I am a little worried that the one that dies is going to make the other one stronger. No. It doesn't seem like it did. I think we're okay. Yoink. Ooh, they dropped healing. A lot of it. So I guess all they did was make me stronger. And you know what? I'm up for that. How about you land so I can show you a neat trick? Oh, you shot way over there, huh? Okay. Wham! That was so much easier than the first boss. But I'll take it. I think it's because we were actually, you know, prepared for this one, as opposed to just having a sword and nothing else. Most particularly when we fought the first boss. And definitely not being statted for a sword. Whereas we have a whip that we're statted for. And a fire punch that really does a lot of work. Just more healing. Certainly giving a lot of healing injections, which I appreciate still. That ain't happening. I should have moved. I fully acknowledge that. But stubbornness took hold on that one, and I'm like, you know what? Oh, Nightmare reverses your controls. Yikes. I was caught so unprepared for that. Well, tradition is upheld. Boss fight goes smooth, walk out of boss fight, immediately die. To regular enemies. At least the one... there was none down there, right? I was about to say, at least the one down here stayed dead, and then I remembered that's the first one we saw. Wow, those sting a lot. I didn't even consider that they'd have... Oh, God. I disagree with that. So we've learned 2 different status effects in that one spot. Electrocution is a stun, and Nightmare reverses your controls. Joyous day. Let's stop screwing around and deal with this the smarter way, shall we? I can't throw high enough to do that. I wanted to jump and throw it, but they won't let me. So I can't just cheese this situation. But I can just throw from here and it'll reach. And that'll help somewhat. Because it doesn't rain nearly as much hell on my forced location that way. The fact that all of the ones in here can shoot those is kind of upsetting. You knock it off with that. Congratulations, you learned the input for Fireball. Good for you. Mine's better. Now, let me back up there. I was just up there. Thank you. More electrocution removal. There is no way past. I can think of a dozen ways, just I'm assuming I can't break that, and that's the only problem. Thank you. Goodbye. Ow. Damn it, you Chucky copycat. Ow. Okay, that leads back to the checkpoint. And prizes. What's this? Herman's office key. The carrier is granted entrance into the depths of the pursuit of ancient knowledge. Locked away in the walls of the Inquisition, puppets of the unquestionable power led by Dr. R. Herman plunged into the darkest depths in the name of the faith. Twisted experiments obscured from the light of day, but to what end? So you're telling me that the Herman we were sent to see is probably the same one that's been making monsters using people's corpses. So, were we led who were we led astray by, is the better question there. I was gonna say, were we led astray, but it's like, there's multiple people involved here that could have led us astray individually. So which one's the one lying to us? Or is all of it true, but it's all a matter of perspective? Like, either one could really be the case, and I don't know how to feel about any of it. But we've got good news and bad news. One, we've got a new key, and the key presumably is what leads us forward. It's a very mechanical key, too. But to what door? Because I don't think... Did we see one that said it needed a key? Is like, his office could be up there, could be over here, could be this one. It said Inner Sanctum over here. So presumably one of these two is his office. Logically. Like, I feel like it would be this one. And I was right. Herman, I presume?
Stay away from me.
Ridley Herman, huh? Okay.
Please, no. Keep back. I can't. I have found it. Stay away. Please.
You're gonna turn into a monster, aren't you? Mm-hmm.
I have finally done what I sought out. I will not let you do this to me.
Here we go.
I know your soul. One of a cursed man who destroyed the life I had.
You know, for somebody who was supposed to be helpful to us, you're really attacking me a lot right now. And you're gonna be attacking me a lot more in a second. If this is what you sought to do, I really don't think you were ever gonna actually be that helpful to me. Ow. Oh, that hits behind you, huh? Well, good for you. Oh! Oh, wow, that hits hard. I saw the sparks on the ground. I'm like, oh, it's probably just like a blast effect, and as long as I'm not there when it goes off, it's fine. And then the tendrils murdered me. That's a half a health bar hit right there, if it's doing 51. Because our health bar is 109. So that's concerning. Hi, Herman, I'm back. Wow, that lasts longer than I thought, huh? Oh, you did the follow-up that time, huh? Oof, reach on this guy. God damn it, I keep falling for that. Yeah, as long as you're paying attention, that tentacle attack's not actually that bad. I don't have any of those left. Aha! There we go. That does some work. I told him to duck, but I guess the input didn't take because I had already done the dive. This fight's not too bad so far, all things considered. He's a little scary at first, but once you figure it out, this fight's really not that hard. Which means it's reasonable, honestly. Because I'm still, like, in constant danger throughout this whole fight from moves like that. Now that's the end of the fight. Unless he's got a phase 2, which it's looking like he might. Yep, phase 2. I had a feeling. Is that went too smoothly? So I was very suspicious of it. Whoa. Okay. Cool it there, buddy. Why are you so melty? Armin, why are you liquid? Okay. Oh, those bounce. Okay. Okay. Ah, god damn it. I misread that last bounce. This game does really set up to punish you for trying to heal, too. I will say that. Ah, I jumped too high that time. I'm kind of surprised that there's a two-phase fight this early, though. Oh, there's more Oh, that's not what I thought that was gonna do. This is actually a good attack to hit him during, though, because he stays still, and as long as you pay attention to where the breakout attacks are going, you'll figure it out reasonably fine. Oh, god damn it. As well top off my health, because I'm not going to get another good opportunity, probably. I gotta stop jumping into those. I did so well on that initially, and now I'm just throwing the fight. It did a different pattern, and I didn't process it quick enough. Dang nabbit. Okay. I also probably should have leveled up before going in there, because now our money is just sitting in there. And it's not like we can get it and get out. It probably would help my cause immensely if I remembered to put the focus boosts on my bar, too. Because then I could actually use my Fire Punch a lot more. As it stands, since I don't have it on the bar, I probably should save the Fire Punches for the second phase, because this phase really isn't that bad once you get used to dealing with it. Because as you can see, we get to clock a lot of free damage there. It's only if he really corners you that you have a problem. Or you do what I just did there and swing one too many times. Is they give you these free 400 damage hits on him, as long as you do enough hits. God damn it. I meant to move forward to avoid that, but instead I pressed the attack button one too many times. I was trying to do both at the same time. So all I did was shoot myself in the foot. We almost had a clean run of the first half of this fight. I misjudged his moveset again. There we go. Phase 1 done. Without using any of my focus. If we botched again, though, I'll put the focus boosts on the bar. I just could not jump for some reason there. I think his puddle actually hurts your jumping. Yeah, I really should just roll through that when he lands. Oh, you bastard. He just parked under me while I used the heal, and that caused me to get stuck with bleeding. We might be in trouble on this attempt of this fight. Especially if I do stupid things like that. Because I saw it coming my way, and I'm like, it'll be fine. Pro tip, it wasn't fine. Oh, it did the other pattern again. I really figured he was going to do the same pattern he did the first time first. Turns out, no. No, he did not. I could also try adding an effect to my weapon before going in there. Feel like that's a little bit of a cop-out, but at the rate this is going, we've already seen the fight. I am absolutely up for copping out at this point. I hit the wrong button and punched my way into the fight. Good job, me. Way to go. Proud of you. Fire's doing 10 more damage per attack, it looks like. That's not immense. Why do I keep thinking he's gonna do the tentacle thing? Don't answer that. I know the answer to the question, but it's just like, I have to question myself about these things anyway. This is one of those, you know better, why are you doing this situations. Nope, I couldn't roll far enough to avoid that. Okay, that was pretty smooth. Little bit of screw up here and there, but reasonably smooth. And while he's doing that, I can punch him like that and reapply this. Though the punch didn't do damage because apparently until he has his health bar up, he doesn't actually take damage. So that's important information to know. I guess that's to prevent exactly what I just tried to do there, which was cheese the fight a bit. Go and get my focus back up so I can punch him as needed. He's sliding out. Doing a little bit better this time. I wouldn't say excessively better. Yeah, see, now the second I was ready for the other pattern, he did that one again. I need to remember, this game doesn't have contact damage, so I can actually jump where he is and be okay. Okay. Damn it. But you'll notice even there's ground sparks even where he's going to land off that dive, for example. So they do give you plenty of warning about all of the moves he's doing, which is quite kind of them, all things considered. Which is also why they can get away with them hitting as hard as they do. Because it's kind of your own fault if he hits you. Because you've either gotten greedy, or you made a mistake somewhere. And that's what leads to you getting hit. Ah, one more. Got him. Okay. Like I said, that wasn't that bad. A little bit rougher, but fair. Abomination vanquished. Okay, so there's infections and abominations. He was an abomination as opposed to the previous two that were listed as infections. Important to note. And I will say one thing, we were not immediately rewarded. And that upsets me. Ah, this does open. You are presumably the one I heard through the wall. Hello.
Those are not familiar footsteps. Who are you?
Eric, I've come to help.
Well, a lot of murdering, little bit of helping.
Where is Ladakh?
Who?
I do not recall any Ladakh.
He is the lord of the cathedral. He... You are a defiant with a heavy heart. The Nightcrux is taking hold of you.
How does everybody that sees us know this? I mean, I guess the whole, like, weird eye thing that happened before probably is giving us away a bit.
I feel a force taking hold. My heart is weighted. My mind is clouded, with no light to guide me. And now I have killed the one who was meant to grant me salvation. His blood on my hands.
Maybe don't phrase it that way, considering you just now sound like a murderer.
Herman, a man seeking a cure for the mutations.
Who mutated himself, yes.
Alas, you must seek comfort from this. Herman was not the man many thought him to be.
Well, that answers that question at least. He had a positive reputation, but actually was a twisted person then. Got it.
Why do you speak these words? Who are you?
Coin flip as to whether she's the daughter of the merchant, since we're in the cathedral. I thought it was the other building over there, but it might be this one. Or she might have been his assistant at some point, given the armband. That's a possibility as well.
I am Annabella. I was trying to find a cure for the mutations, help Herman with his research. But he went mad. I couldn't carry it on alone. And then he imprisoned me.
Well, there you go then. Probably so she wouldn't go blabbing about the fact that he's actually crazy.
Herman was determined to weed as much as possible from me by force. These laboratories are more than meet the eye.
So they're a transformer. Got it.
The dead are sacred within these walls, and are tended to with more care than any living being. Under our feet are the chambers of the city dwellers who came before, dwellers of influence and prestige. There are many palaces around the world, people trapped within.
Now, you say the dead are treated really well. Is that why there's a lot of them walking around in here? Because that's a problem.
We must not stop until these people are free from the threat of the heinous, free from the promises they proclaimed so long ago.
Of what do you speak?
I was gonna say the same thing, Eric.
They are ancient forces of evil, branded onto sacred objects, corrupting them. Many do not dare utter their name, as they corrupt the minds of many. Yet, I condemn such fear of a name, for I see many horrors more unspeakable than the sepulchre.
Oh, that's pronounced how I thought it would be. Interesting.
You have my assurance of help, Annabella.
Eric, the name of a troubled man who does not yet know his way.
That is concerningly accurate.
The Nightcrux will be your guide. It attracts them, you see. They will find you.
Oh, joy. If only I could be so lucky as to have a monster magnet strapped to my ass. Joyous day.
That is a fate I am not eager to dwell on.
You and me both, Eric. You and me both.
Then you understand fear. That is courage in itself.
Half the time I like to argue with statements like that, but it's also true, and I never know how to feel about that.
You must leave this place. Find shelter at the manor.
Yeah.
What about you? What will you do?
Go do some more murdering.
Rid myself of this affliction. Find the Lord of the Cathedral of which you speak. It's the best hope I have.
Lord Ladakh is not to be trusted. His spirit is cursed by the unspoken beings of the Junas Ministry.
All the more reason to give him a good dose of murdering, too.
I will take care.
Very well. But I hope to see you also at the manor. Soon.
Don't worry, I'll be over there fairly soon, because I will want to know what you can do for me. Ooh. Gravitational ring. I have found what only whispers have spoken of. This jewelry has granted me leverage over gravity, a way to the path towards emancipation. Yet I feel something. Rage, hatred, hunger, shadow. You know, that's not what I thought the gravitational ring was gonna do. I thought it was gonna be like a double jump or something like that. No, it's block pushing. Okay.
You must leave this place.
What about you?
Okay, same thing.
Lord Ladakh.
I will take care.
Very well.
There you go, I opened the door for you. Good luck. I'm sure you'll somehow magically figure out how to get to the manor without any issues. And I'm just not going to question that as a concept. I will instead use my magical way to get back to the mansion. That I'm still also not questioning. I presume she's over in the other room. Okay. I wanted to make sure that they weren't both in the same room for some reason. Because we can't go up above or anything yet, so she has to be over in this other room in order to be accessible. Or she's out with the lady. Not this room. And we can get up here now. Which was the other reason I came back this way, because I wanted to get the thingy that's up here that eluded me so long ago. I am disappointed. I'm not surprised, but I am still disappointed. So maybe she is either in with the lady with the stroller, or she's just like right outside, or she didn't make it here yet, somehow.
I am gratified to lay my eyes.
Ooh, he's got other things to say now.
I sense agitation in you, and befuddlement. Has the mutation taken you within its merciless grasp?
Bit of column A, bit of column B.
Soon the cold will overwhelm you, Wanderer. Make a monster of you. You will become one of them, your heart all consumed.
You really are very negative, Mark.
You are not the only wanderer I have seen fall into this affliction. Recognizable only by the mark you bear. A mark of insurrection.
The walls of the place where I was held captive were adorned with this symbol, the same as lined Herman's halls. Do you know of its origin?
The symbol of devotees to the gods. They themselves are a poison, contaminating past the cathedral and Mithrangal borders. The creatures that lie in wait there are overcome with that symbol as they grow stronger, spreading their infection into the hearts of innocents.
I wonder if he means that in the literal sense, or if that's the more wide sense.
The cathedral.
The place descended from the heavens. It shows us who will rule us and how we must honor them in death. It is an ancient tradition, founded at the city's birth.
I really don't like this idea.
What happened to the proprietors of such a place?
Sounds almost like it came from space rather than coming from heaven.
The people of the cathedral were determined to survive. Their solution was to synthesize a power most great to see to their survival. But it spread, mercilessly infecting many, taking their hearts for its own.
Of course. That explains where the contamination came from.
You may feel the Nycrux clamping your heart in a vice this very moment, young wanderer. But the hearts of these creatures are pure, undiluted evil. We do not dare speak their names.
So you're talking about those creatures, the same ones presumably Annabella was talking about, that are the source of this stuff. Okay. Good to know. I may as well buy these gloves while I have the money to do so. I don't know how important they are to have, but I feel like they're useful. Or at the very least, they will be useful. Doesn't seem like it's like straight up a wall jump or anything, which I didn't anticipate it to be. It may just let you like climb up ledges faster for all I know. But it seemed useful to have, and the fact that it was within our reach made sense to grab it. There's one other thing I could think of it possibly being used for, and that's getting past the weird climbing bit in here. But I don't know why it would be something you buy if it was for something like that. So I'm not going to follow that thought through right now. I'm just speaking that out loud, so if it proves true later, I can say I called it.
The presence is beginning to consume you, curse bearer. Reject it. Fight it. You must not underestimate its power. A poison in disguise, but one that does not kill. It devours, leaving little in its wake. It works slowly, methodically, yet it has no mind of its own. A remedy you must find, a quest you must set out upon to seek it.
See, when you say it like that, it reminds me more of a parasite than a virus or an infection.
Your silence unnerves me. I sense a trepidation in you taking hold. Do not fear what is in your heart, for it continues its rhythm, no matter what the body endures.
How do you know so much about this as well? That's a whole other question.
I've seen many curse bearers driven mad by their fear. I fear you may succumb to the endless night. A blindness, never to cease, and a blistering cold. Many say they will be mindful when faced with such a warning. Take heed. Your mind is the least of your troubles, curse bearer.
Considering the amount of times I got stabbed by a man with a giant blade for an arm, I'm inclined to agree with you on that one. Yeah, we have a lot of room to level up as well, considering we have like 3k left. I'm just gonna go full in on aggression for this level up, because having more health doesn't seem like it was helping us that much, considering how long it felt like it was taking for us to get through the health bar of Herman. So I think making us a good deal stronger will benefit us more. And I know I say that very frequently, but I also wanted to make sure that my logic was known for this. Okay, so either Annabelle is up on one of those higher areas, or she isn't here yet. I had figured she would have ported here immediately, just like the old man in this room over here did. But apparently not so. There's also still the mystery of what to do about the old man's daughter then, since presumably Annabelle isn't his daughter? Let's check in on him and see if he has a reaction. Because I thought he said they were locked up in the cathedral, which means we aren't there yet. Since we only cleared out the Inquisition offices. And there's also the one with wings. He's gone. Okay. So at the very least, something changed. I still don't know how to feel about a lot of the things that are happening here. But our first port of call probably should be somewhere around here. Because we can move blocks now, and we saw a few... Oh, no. Where did we see those blocks? Because there's been a few places we saw blocks we could move. Though in theory, we may actually want to go into the place right here. The one that I just moved the block to get to the item at. Because that's the only, like, significant access we gained by having block pushing. We've seen a lot of odds and ends around that we could move blocks to get to, potentially. But remembering where all of those are is less likely to be beneficial than taking this guaranteed known path here. So we'll see where this takes us first. And if this kills me, we'll go somewhere else. That's the logic I'm going to operate under right now. Oh, this stayed where I moved it to. Interesting. Ooh, I'm doing a lot less damage to this guy, so this might be a bad sign. But he's killable, so not the worst sign. We might be able to snag something cool from here, if we can get away with it. Nice synchronized moves you got there, guys. You also died, I didn't sing. So, congratulations. Okay, that was a frozen Gravehound. That's why that one was so much tougher than the Gravehounds we saw, but mostly looked the same. Come on, up. I can't tell if he's climbing faster or not. Well, this explains why we had something to protect us against frost out there. Ow. Okay, they don't hit insanely hard, but they definitely hit very hard. So that's concerning. I mostly went over here to reset those guys, because I assume I want to go past where they are first. Well, that didn't hit where I wanted it to. Aha, I can hit them from here. I'm not above cheesing my way to victory when they hit for almost half my health bar in one hit. And I didn't want to come over here because I anticipated, since this was icy, that there was going to be ice physics at play here. And lo and behold, I was right. Things I should have been suspicious of. Those hanging icicles that also respawn. Okay. Not a fan of that already, but, you know, expected. What's this? Manfred's diary. A great war is descending, yet I cannot face it. Erlim has already fallen once. I only have one choice, to defer fully to my promise to which I have been a servant to for so long. So be it. Yeah, it's got a very similar style of pixel art to it. Also, how you doing, Rhea? Hope you're doing well. And it moves and plays fairly similarly. But there's been a fair few games in the same vein like that. As I mentioned when I started this up, Moonscars is one that immediately comes to mind for this similar style of pixel art and gameplay. Aha! Press triangle to take a powerful Nycrux bomb from the altar, which replaces the current stigma. While carrying the Nycrux bomb, use the same button combination to throw it, and it will detonate early if damage is taken. Ah, so that's how I get through those barriers. Oh, it does have a timer, though. Yeet. Okay. Good to know. Yeep. Yeep. Oh, come on. There we go. Get rid of it. Nice. Yeah, I know how that feels. Hopefully you'll be able to get some rest regardless. That spit really hurts. Didn't really mean to climb up here, but kind of works. Yeah, I'm doing no damage to this thing. There we go. Yeah, I would say that's a ghastly critter. Okay. At least you got some sleep. That's the important part. You know what? If it's gonna jump off and run away, I'm fine with that. Oh, I disconnected my controller. We're fine. We're fine. Grabbing the trigger in order to heal quickly ended up tangling the cord a little, which disconnected it. We're fine, though. It's still good. It's still good. I've now adjusted the wire so that won't happen again. Okay, so we need to get another bomb. Possibly from the same place. Don't know what the deal with this frozen cold one is, but that's certainly a thing. Yeah, Twitch has been doing things again. They've got stories now, which I still don't entirely understand why that's a thing. Which, I'm also not sure which new stuff you're talking about. Yeah, that was the newest thing they've added. Which that I think is overall a positive thing, though I do worry it's going to encourage people to feel bad when they can't be there to watch a bit more than before, and that's not the best thing. The extra points will be nice for people. So far, I really do not like these spitters. They also don't really like me, so it's kind of fair. Oh, you shot upward this time, you cheeky bugger. One thing I don't like that Twitch did is the returning chatter thing sometimes decides it doesn't want my chat to scroll anymore. That won't open. I haven't refunded points to anybody yet, but I also never have had anything be expensive enough that I feel like refunding it would have value. That's still a good thing to do, yeah. It's like, my most expensive redeem used to be the shape change redeem, but right now I've never got around to making it cost anything. That's entirely fair. If something's broken, then by all means refund it. I haven't had anything be that broken. Yeah. Mix it up breaking is definitely something I've heard many a time. And I have it on the machine, I just have never actually gotten around to fully setting anything up with it. Because it didn't do the one thing I wanted it to do in a way that I could figure out yet. So that's definitely something that'll be eventually done. Is the way I thought it would do it didn't actually respond appropriately, so I either made a mistake or it doesn't work the way I thought it did. Yeah. I already don't know what sound alerts to add to begin with, which is why I didn't add even more. What I'd intended to do was automate the model swapping, but because of the way I have all of that set up, the hotkeys don't work. So I need to fix the hotkeys before I can actually get Mix It Up to do what I want to do for that. Because what it was going to be was just, it does the button input, basically when people redeem the points. But for some reason, it's a little funky, so I just need to sit down and actually work on it, but I never actually sat down and did it yet. Because it's also literally just a click for me to do the model swap, so it doesn't much matter to fix. Just if that redeem ever gets very popular, it would be handy for me to have an automated system for it. And I'm betting there's a better solution than what I was thinking to do with it. Just that was the first means that came to mind for it. And I've since not put that much more thought in it. Because it ended up not being that necessary yet. Kaboom. I'm still not 100% sure if this is the direction I'm supposed to be going, but this is the direction I'm going. Yeah. The thing is, VTube Studio doesn't really work for a PNG that well that I've seen. I was using it when I was tinkering with the Live 2D I made, but that's not up to the quality standard I want it to be yet for me to use it. Otherwise, that would be what I would be using right now. And then the immediate integration would instantly solve my problems. I've also been considering swapping to PNG Tuber Plus because people keep saying that that's really good. But I've never gotten around to doing it. That's a good way to go about it. I'm just stubborn. Okay, so you're using the same thing I am then. Yeah, because obviously you use the Fujitech thing for Discord, I presume. So you have the reactives ready for that. Everything here wants me dead. I am taking this. That was not worth it. That was 110% not worth it. Okay. Yeah, I can see where there'd have to be a balance between the two on that one. I've not seen Fujitech break completely, but I've also not used it that much. And I've only ever used it for like a small one-to-one, you know, a small two-part reactive. So that's probably why I never really had problems with it. Anything more complicated, I would not be shocked if it ends up having some issues. They can hit me when I'm on a ledge. Oh, okay. I have seen that happen to other people before, where it ends up pseudo-disconnecting, and then it does weird things like that. I don't know if it's an issue where, like, it's disconnecting from people's web browsers, so it doesn't actually keep the source properly, or what goes on with that. But I have seen that before. I just haven't been the one to experience that, so I haven't had a chance to properly fix it. Or, I should say, a chance to properly see if I could think of a way to fix it. Because the one time I saw it happen, the person that it happened to didn't care. So it's like, okay, I won't devote resources to fixing this, then. But yeah, with how much of a difficulty upgrade this area is, I think we went the wrong way. It's also possible that it's a Discord thing, yeah. I was saying browser because you do set it up through the browser in the first place. But it could easily be on Discord's side too, yes. There's some good logic to that. Starborn Letter. Our duty is clear. In the name of Nova, the vanquisher of Junas and its disciples, we must come out of the shadows, redeem our allegiances to the one true ruler. Yet we have our part to play in this revolution, to seek contrived vessels of darkness, Nectarons capable of carrying the power, and give them peace. They might be on my side? That I've seen as well, because I've seen it happen for people a couple times where their reactive kind of like freezes when they're using that, and that's how they usually fix the freeze, is by disconnecting, reconnecting, which does lend some validity to the fact that it might be a Discord issue. So here's an interesting thought. Have you seen it more when you're in a call with people or when you're using it on your own? Because I know people that use it just sitting in a call by themselves in order to use the reactive on their own. I wonder if it's an idle thing in Discord then. Like Discord may be cutting something to save resources because it doesn't think you're using it. And thus it doesn't realize that you need that to be doing that function. Mind you, I don't know how you would fix that, but there's a logic to that that may explain the situation. Well, yeah, but it may be the same cause, different results. It may, like, unload a feature in order to save resources because it doesn't realize the feature is in use. That's not a perfect explanation, but that's the way that's coming to mind to think of it. That's also a possibility, yeah. Though I don't think it moving channels would affect the reactive at all. I would figure that would still work. Getting muted could affect it though, because it might only be reading audio from Discord. 'Cause I think it does only read mic input through Discord because it would have no other way of reading any other input. So that might explain the freezes. I'll have to share that with the ones that have been having that issue and see if that does anything for them. 'Cause I think one of them does have an AFK channel. I don't think the other one that has had this issue does, though. I'll need to ask them. But that could be a very good thought. Rather than getting murdered some more, let's walk around and see if I can find other places where blocks were, because I know we've seen more blocks to be pushed. I just need to remember where they were. Also built up a lot of money I should spend again. Because I've noticed that the freezes only happen when people are in long sessions. That's also true. Like, that... I would say I'm in the middle ground on that. I know enough to get myself in trouble and out of trouble, but there's still plenty I don't know either. But I would say those in the middle ground are still less common than those who don't know what the equipment they're working with does at all. And that is not a statement against them. That's just fact of people getting into the business without prior experience, more or less. And I say that because I've seen many people ask me questions that seem like insanity to ask, but then you have to look at it through the lens of them not knowing anything. Yeah, any kind of updating or changing is going to make things freak out. That's expected. Or, I should say, should be expected. I have to phrase it that way because I've known many people that are like, oh, it updated, that means good things happen. Well, yes, but no. Good things happen, but also bad things happen. You keep saying that, but I have no idea how to assist you, madam. I presume they're in the chained up window up there. Yeah, because the thing is, they understand what the intent of an update is. An update is intended to fix things, but the reality of it is it very frequently also breaks things. That's where the split that ends up losing people comes in. We did this whole bit already. There's plenty of people that only understand the positive side of it. Which, you know, that's all well and good for them, but the reality, unfortunately, isn't as cut and dry and useful. But anyone who isn't a coder probably would never have a frame of reference to realize it unless they experience things breaking from updates. Which, let's be real, anyone who's spent any real amount of time dealing with anything in a PC environment has experienced something updating and breaking. That's just a fact of this existence. Okay, so I thought there was a block somewhere around here, but either I've missed it or I remembered my pathing wrong. Both are equally possible. And honestly, my pathing is likely to have been wrong. Yeah. Some of those here can attest to some of the woes I've had by virtue of my existence causing things to break in sometimes magical ways that even those who understand don't understand how to fix. Let's go ahead and level up some more. I've heard of that situation happening a bunch, but I've noticed it's a different issue almost every time. Because, like, sometimes it's simple and it's just somebody ended up with a double source somehow that OBS made without their consent. Sometimes it's a matter of feedback. Oh, yeah. It's safer to say it looks like Bloodborne, because that's very clearly what the inspiration is. But yeah, it's also obviously going to look like Dark Souls, because Bloodborne was built off of Dark Souls. I played a little bit of it, but it was in a weird spot as far as what console it was on primarily, that I never played it a lot. If it ever came to PC, I'd play the whole damn thing, but sadly it's not there, so that's always an issue. But I have seen it played and played a chunk of it myself, so I can always see when the inspiration comes into play. There we go. Now we've got more mind, so we can throw our fire punches around a bit more. Sekiro is good, though be prepared to be a bit frustrated, because it's a lot more give and take than most Souls-likes are, in a way, because very frequently... Yeah, exactly. It's a very different experience, I would say. I enjoyed it more because a lot of the fights are very snappy as far as when they end, but it usually ends very quickly, unfavorably as well. And I'm not framing it that way to make it sound like a negative. That remains, to me, a positive, but to others a negative, is where that kind of becomes a weird state of being. Still want to buy the Blunder Blade, but I need to come here with the money to buy it and not want to level up at the same time. Because who wouldn't want a sword with a shotgun built into it? That just sounds like a fun toy to have. Maybe it was over here that I'm thinking of the blocks to push. So I know we encountered some of the blocks fairly early, but I don't think it was the first area. As a little bit of context, the first real boss we killed granted us the ability to push these, like, marble-looking blocks around, and I'm having a hell of a time finding any of them again now that we have that, aside from opening that ice area you saw me run out of. Because we were kind of getting destroyed in there. It is nice to see how much stronger we've gotten going through here, though. These guys took a bit of a beating before. A lot less now. But we've also been through a full area since them, so that kind of checks out. Throw the boxes. I still have a great appreciation for the fact that they let me throw those, even though throwing them can be of a very mixed benefit at times. You'll note it gave me iframes to not get hit there, but we also threw it over the dog, so it kind of was a non-issue for both sides there. There might have been a... Oh no, there was the death pit of uncrossable spikes over here. That's why we didn't go over here yet. Was there any blocks around here then? Am I crazy? I might be crazy. Oh no, I am crazy, but not for that reason. Yeah, there isn't actually a block here. Okay. I thought that was an empty space where you had to go around to get back down from, but I could not remember. And this door only opens from the other side as well. So coming through here was most likely pointless, because I don't think there's a block here since there's that slope. So we'll just warp across, because I don't feel like dealing with the pile of spike pits that are over here. could try checking back here in the first area, but I'm like 90% sure there were no blocks to push here. I think the first place we started encountering them was around in here. There's a lot of teams that love their one-way doors, and I always have problems with them. Because I will almost always approach them from the wrong side first. It's like, aha, sucker, you used a door. That was your first mistake. Oh. Well, this is a thing that's happening.
I cannot go on. My time is drawing near. My pain holds me in an implacable vice.
You know, my vampirism comparison really seems all the more apt looking at this guy.
I sense that you are in distress.
Really, Eric? You just figured that one out, huh?
Distressed? Stranger, you do not understand. The afflictions I have endured are
Possibly.
a horror you cannot imagine. Tell me, where is Herman?
Oh yeah, we killed Herman. So finding him might be a problem, unless you want to find his body, which kind of melted, so that's also a problem, actually.
He is dead.
Dead. But this cannot be. It must not be.
I had no choice.
He kind of turned into a weird giant blade arm monster and tried to kill us, so he kind of needed to go.
None of us have a choice. This dangerous world has taken me into its pit, toyed with me, and cast me aside like I am insignificant. A mere morsel of filth. But now it is my turn to play, to take what I am owed. A power most great, in a place most glorious.
Yeah, that boss fight thought might be proven right here.
The once great islands holding cities of wonder. But greed overcame those who dwelt there. Evil rising from the ashes. Only one managed to keep control of the order of these islands. Shut inside his abode. Until they came. Festering and mutating.
We've seen things with bat wings before, so a giant bat is entirely possible.
They did it. The cursed ones. That tore apart the dignity of those dwellers and stole what I held most dear. One whispered of a great structure, illuminated in the most beautiful silver glow. I must return and reclaim it from treachery and the clutches of evil.
Now, we talking evil evil or relative evil? Wait. That had the engraving of a ring. God damn it. So, two things happened here potentially. A, he gave us a ring to open this, or B, the gravitation ring that I was thinking about in terms of its use and not the fact that it was a ring is what opened that. Which is what would have made you think to come here, which is probably what they intended for how you would come across this spot. God damn it. Well, bye, Warwick. You have fun standing up there decaying. Now the question is this the way I'm supposed to be going, or did the path I chose first end up being the right way? The only way to find out is to find out if things here kill me as quickly. Ampule of Erlem's Tears. You say what? Oh, it's a overtime heal. Okay. Sure, we'll go ahead and put that on the bar too. That might come in handy. Oh, it's these guys again, but they're weaker. So yes, this is the next intended path then. But instead of ice, it's rocks. Joy. Fun fact, getting hit in the head with a rock doesn't feel much better than getting hit in the head with a chunk of ice. Liturgical Pass. Sidetrack. Uh-oh. You're a lot tougher. You're very slow and stupid, though, so you know what? This is fine. Ow. Sick Defiler. Okay. You know, I kind of deserved getting set on fire for the stupid crack, I'll admit. Okay. I really didn't like the extra arms you have. And I like it less when you reach through the floor and try to grab me. With your weird tree root looking attack there. I would like to ask if you just could not. Thank you. Burning also counts. Oh good, more spikes. This is what I wanted to see. This has the guys from the first area in it, though, so this is probably still relatively safe. They are a bit tougher, though. Here. Keep this where you put it. There you go. So yeah, there's also executions in the game. I haven't done any in a while because they don't tend to come up. But that's a thing. We do appear to be reaching an immediate dead end here, though. Because that doesn't look so good. We checkpointed relatively recently. The most I would have to do is skip through Walrick's dialogue, which wouldn't be that bad. Also, this is how we get through this passageway over here. Somewhere from this connects in there. And we push the block that's there out so we can get access through here. Curiosity! Yep, that's about as expected. And actually, we'll just respawn so we won't even have to go through that dialogue again anyway. This is what happens when you get too curious. Because the thing is, on the map, it showed the shape of the pit, so it's like, maybe that leads somewhere? But I also was pretty confident it was gonna kill me. But sometimes you have to give into the call of the void and curiosity and find out whether something will kill you or not. Let's go back and get our stuff. I don't think I had that much, but best to get it and not leave it laying around. We've only lost one amount of our money so far. Oh, wow. That was somehow less gory and less brutal than most of the executions we've seen in this game. All we did was light him on fire with his own torch. There's our money. All 2,000 of it. No point in fighting all of you, honestly. You'll also notice that I'm coming back with less and less infusions of health. That's because we're running out of the stock we had of them. And finally. Because for those that didn't know, you don't have a set amount of them that you're carrying. You can carry up to 7, but you have to buy them or find them in order to have them. Which is a blessing and a curse, because it means you don't have to do, like, bonfire upgrading or anything to have more max healing available. but it also means that you're kind of set in what you're going to be able to have, short of grinding. So, you know, blessing and curse at the same time on that one. I keep swinging one too many times to find out what the executions for some of these guys are. This, I presume, brings the elevator back, so we'll just go ahead and take that down. Kind of suspicious of the random 2 plants that are in the wall there. Hang on. I know this is gonna take a bit, but I have suspicions. Uh-huh. What do you know? Why else would there just randomly be 2 plants in the middle of a wall where nothing else is? That was just entirely too suspicious. Aha! So I was right that the mechanical glove does that. I was right to buy it. Moonlight charm. Sought after charms of peculiarity, used to bolster the bearer with whispers of divine power. Knowledge and utilization of such powers has been studied by the Starborn for years, said to be secretly extracted from the might of those who claim divinity over the world. New spell? No. Oh, it's actually a charm. We are less likely to be electrocuted, take less damage from it, and do more of it. Neat. That's just an across-the-board benefit, so I have no reason not to wear that. If it made me, like, more vulnerable to something else, that would be another question. I don't like that this room is big and empty. What's that phrase, everybody? Oh, right. I hate being right. God damn it. No sooner did I start to question the big empty room, did the floor leave. God damn it. To which I say, but why, though? Ooh. Dark Tears powder, I presume, adds darkness to your attacks. Which, for those that don't know, the status effect off that reverses your controls, which is fun. Hang on, I need to get rid of this notification or it's gonna bother me. Ah, that's why. Okay. I thought something broke and was starting to spit redundant notifications, but no. It's just a different thing happened. In a channel that usually only has the one thing happen. I hope you get it, because I think you'll like this. I have it because I kickstarted it, like, 2-3 years ago, something like that. And I've been waiting not so patiently for it. This is the thing that I kept mentioning the past couple days, that it's like, if backer kit doesn't break or etc., everything should be fine. Yeah, Keymailer's usually pretty good. There's also, I think, Lurkit was another one people were saying was very good for getting keys. They also did a thing you could apply for on Twitter, but I'm assuming that's over by now. Yeah, remind me and we'll send you the link for it. Because I don't remember if I'm saying it completely correctly. But I've heard multiple people say that they've used it successfully. I just always get a slight itch in the back of my head looking at those, like, are these actually gonna do what they're supposed to, or is screwjobbery gonna happen? But enough people I know have been having success with both of those that I really shouldn't be doubting it that much. But, you know, oh, how that goes. That guy's got an electric death yo-yo, and I want it. Oh, wow, that goes up the wall. Okay. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Most of those are based on how well you're doing. or if you have a market that they're interested in, is like if your audience has nothing to do with the thing you're asking for, they're probably not gonna take you, because it's like, why would we do this when it's not gonna get us sales? Which is fair. They can't just give away a free copy of a game without any expectation of getting anything out of it. That's just silly. Especially since if you're asking for a key for it, you're probably interested enough that when possible, you'd buy it. Like, the logic is sound on their side, even if I don't like it. Well, yeah, some of them just let it go either way. I'm just saying that's probably part of the criteria for how they deny some people. And that's also a thing, is when you're someone like you or I who play literally anything that comes across them, there's a bit more leverage there than, say, somebody who plays only first-person shooters asking for a key to a game like this. That's more the situation I'm talking about. Because then it starts to look like you're just asking for the key to see if you can get a free key. Ignoring the concept that people do actually branch out, but it ends up looking sus. Gee, I wonder what the puzzle here is. Could it be pushed? Oh wow, he just kicks the... I love that. He gets tired of pushing it when he gets to a ledge. He's just like, get this thing out of here. Just kick it right off the ledge. Which I guess it's also better than pushing it and probably following it off the ledge anyway. So it works out. There's just something about that just makes me laugh. And I know a couple people that have had success going to like publishers' discords and such. Those that have their own discords. Because they'll usually have creator programs set up in those as well that you might get lucky and get keys from too. Again, not something I've done because I don't tend to do the whole reach out thing nearly as much as I should, but that is a possibility. That was stuck in the air. I chose not to believe that it would stay stuck there, and I was very wrong. You know I'm coming to get you for that now. Yeah, I'm a firm believer in keeping an open mind despite genre most of the time. There are a couple genres that I tend to look at and go, I'm not going to enjoy this even if it's a good game. But that's usually competitive things at this point. That, for the most part, is just a I don't do anymore. Because I just find it stressful and aggravating in almost every capacity. But again, that's a me thing. That's not a problem of the genre entirely. It is symptomatic of some of the problems with those genres, but that's neither here nor there. I was half expecting him to spin, but he charges. Okay. Briny Marauder. Definitely a real pirate theme going on down here. Yeah, I thought those would explode since they were red barrels. Red barrels always explode. God damn it. Yeah, for those who haven't seen it, since I don't use it very often, there is a backdash instead of rolling, which I should be using more, but very frequently it just comes out when I don't want it to. It's just press the same button as rolling when you're not moving. I'm gonna need to use one of the block that's up there, I think, in order to pull my way across there. Discord, why are you going nuts now? Ow. Okay, that's a thing. Right, because like 3 people have redundant bots now. And since I'm in all of these, I see all of those. Okay, right, that makes sense. It's not actually redundant because different people are in each of those, but when you're in all of them, it's like, why? We do seem to be at a bit of an impasse here, though. Because I can't clear that jump. No matter how much I may try to be sneaky about that. And I presume the situation... Yeah, the situation's the same on this side. So this is currently a dead end. Presumably. So I guess... Well, no, we already went back and killed that guy. But maybe there was a path further past him that I didn't notice? Yeah, because we can climb this. Which leads back this way. So this must be the way we can go, considering... Also, this music reminds me of something, and I cannot place it. You missed me. There we go. I will say, for somebody who chose to be the caster type at the start of this, I'm really just pummeling things to death the same either way. I'm just using a magic-based weapon to do the pummeling. But I have to call myself out on that. Well, that was a convenient landing. You knocked that off. Oh, just hit all of the wrong buttons, why don't you? That's just a great way to handle things. And that doesn't open. Because it opens from the other side. So presumably we push this further then. And this opens up something else. Was there a button down there? I guess there had to be. Either that or we just shook the place enough that the ladder came down. Either way, I guess it works? Question mark? I'm so glad I have a weapon with some good reach right now. Otherwise, these explosive barrel-ridden places would really be upsetting. I say ignoring the bombers all around me that are being just as much of a problem. But yeah, I was worried this game was going to be very, very difficult because it has the whole Souls-like tag to it. And a lot of those end up being, in my opinion, more difficult than they need to be. Because of certain aspects of those games that they take without having the proper methods to handle it. This one's been very well balanced so far, in my opinion. And that's credit I don't tend to give out very often. Because balance is very frequently a thing I will point out that games didn't quite get right. But so far, I haven't found anything that felt unreasonable. The only thing we've found that was harder than felt right was because we went somewhere too early. And the fact that you can even go somewhere early and survive is a good feeling. That makes it feel more appropriately open. is it means you can go there. You'll have a harder time, but you can go there. As long as you don't run into something movement tech progression-wise that you just can't do. And that's basically how a Metroidvania should be. You should be able to get multiple places as long as there's not a progression upgrade that you absolutely have to get in there. And even then, having some sneaky ways to get in places you shouldn't be is always nice too. That's a neat trick. Teach me how to do that. Ow. I didn't mean teach me by using it on me. I kind of got stuck in my own movements there and made a bad choice. I will say, this place is very sprawling without that many shortcuts back to this checkpoint. So I suspect there's a checkpoint right past where we died, probably. Because if you'll notice, this checkpoint's not in the drowned crypt where we died, which means there must be a checkpoint in here somewhere. And given the distance from this checkpoint out, it's a safe bet there's a checkpoint somewhere right in here. And it's also perfectly fitting in my luck that I would die right before the checkpoint. I keep not thinking that it's gonna go all the way around like that. I keep thinking it will go to him directly. And that's obviously a big mistake on my part. Because we've already seen it not do that on numerous occasions. But there's a part of my brain that assumes it regardless. And I'm gonna keep breaking all these things in the hopes that some of them drop more healing, because we are definitely, a little shy on the healing at this point. And I knew that was gonna come back to haunt us at some point. Because it was being super generous with the drops on those up until recently. So it was a safe bet that that was going to be a thing that was gonna change. Oh, he can jump up here. Let's just keep moving then, shall we? Nothing to do here. Oh, that stays, huh? That's not ideal. Use that quickly, stupid. Oh, he caught me out of the air. The fact that I was on fire was a problem because I, of course, didn't think to bring the fire cures on the bar because nothing really had set me on fire before now, and most of this was like water and pirate themed, aside from the explosives was being around. So it's like, I probably won't get set on fire here. Whoosh, burning, death. So yeah, that was a thing. I don't really have a solution to this problem other than those burning cures, though, and I don't really think they're gonna solve the problem, per se. I do think it is worth my while to switch back to my Dark Cross throw, though, instead of the Fire Punch. Because in here, we're really not getting the angles to Fire Punch things that are actually a problem very often. Because a lot of the things that are a problem to us are at angles that aren't within attack range. Honestly, the explosions those guys do is very reminiscent of Metal Slug for some reason. Ow. I say as I get blown up again. Well, this is upsetting. Just gonna go ahead and let that heal me slowly. You bastard, man. I knew he was gonna do it, but for some reason a part of my brain just had this vain hope that he wasn't gonna throw it right there. But I know better, because they've proven time and again that they're smart enough to throw at that angle. And yet here we are with me burnt once again. There we go. That takes care of the bomber problem, and now I can avoid the guy down there entirely, for the time being. Checkpoint? More hungry essence, which is all well and good, but doesn't solve my problem. Oh, this is not ideal. Oh my god, why? This place is a problem. Remember I was saying this game is well balanced? It still is, but boy, the gloves have come off. Though I will say, I think the only real problem we have is the fact that I have run out of healing. And if I just go back and grind some healing or go buy some healing, a lot of our problems would be solved. Because I won't slowly get ground down to the point where I can't keep going anymore. So I'm unfortunately one who makes mistakes, and my mistakes keep tallying up as we go through an area like this. And that's what leads to us not being able to make any forward progress anymore. But I am gonna file the comment about the game being well balanced under the same heading as all those times where I've said, wow, this isn't that hard, and then immediately eaten shit for it. I did not mean to throw that. There's a part of my brain that keeps thinking R2 is a roll button, because of so many games that I've played in the past having that be your dodge. So every now and then I throw an attack uselessly into the air instead of rolling. Okay, so we're back in this room again. Let's see if the one over here past this guy's where the checkpoint is. No, that's the opposite of a checkpoint. That is the exact opposite of a checkpoint. That is a man that will kill me. I hate it here. I hate it here. I hate it here. So we've learned another thing here. We've learned that there's a man with a cannon the size of a room waiting over there to ruin my day. And I don't know what to do with that information right now. I can try getting rid of this guy and getting at the item he's guarding and see if that's at least a heal or something. Because he's not that dangerous as long as you're not close to him. Oh, that is a she, presumably, then. Given the pitch of the scream and the description as a wench. God, you guys are too damn good at turning around mid-throw. You upset me greatly with your deftness. I didn't hit anything useful. I thought he was right down there, so I threw hoping to hit him before encountering him, but I landed it a little early. Got my stuff back. I know that guy's there. Good lord, there's so many. Why is there still not a checkpoint? Come on, game. Oh, we're back in this room, actually. How much want to bet the cannon guy's guarding the checkpoint? How much does somebody want to bet that that's exactly where that checkpoint is? And I'm gonna be sad. Now, hold on, though. We didn't have a choice but to kick this all the way down here. Yeah, and of course that's gonna open, but the second we step off this, it's gonna close. Yeah. Well, at least that gave me some healing injections. That is actually a huge help. Yeah, the second we pushed this toward this ledge, he kicked it straight off, so we really had no choice there. But the fact that this ladder shortcuts back up really makes me feel like that checkpoint is behind Cannon Man. But now that we've got a little bit of healing, I'm more comfortable trying to get past Cannon Man. I just gotta get past the entire goddamn nation state of pirates down here. Of course I checked the pottery for goodies. Why wouldn't I? I need all the goodies I can get. Okay, at least the guy down there is dead, so I can kind of be clever about this. Potentially. Except he doesn't throw it high enough, and I can't jump and throw that. But I can jump and whip. No, not good enough either, huh? Okay. That's okay. I've got more than one way to be clever here. It's called throw and take a dive. I'm gonna use this just in case he does land a hit on me doing this. Ow! And that's exactly why. But yeah, you'll notice the damage over time from that doesn't last very long, but ticks very fast, which can be nice. Why won't you grab that? I know it's a disappearing ledge, but I feel like you could climb that quick enough. Come on, Eric. You can be better than that. Catching another cannonball with my face. Okay. He's not as scary as he looks. Wow, that was unfortunate for him. Maiden of the Deep. I disagree. More healing. I mean, I get. I'm not gonna think about it. And we are just not gonna overcomplicate this situation. We're just gonna do this. Because there is no reason to go down there and fight fair. They have a cannon. They're not interested in fighting fair either. Oh, they are guarding something down there, though. Gimme. Thank you. Goodbye. Well, that worked out. Would not have worked out if the cannon was still there, but that's why we got rid of that first. Welcome back. Welcome to Pirate Hell. Oh, they've got a gun built into that spear. Huh. Interesting. So I guess it's not really a spear, it's a gun with a very big bayonet on it, then. Which I guess for a lot of practical purposes would basically be the same thing. I mean, a lot of pirates didn't know how to swim either, to be fair. I've had this conversation with people before. There's a reason why men going overboard was such a big problem. You know, aside from them going overboard in the middle of the ocean. Well, yeah, that would be the smarter idea. I'm just saying, in the interest of accuracy, not knowing how to swim is accurate. But in the interest of survivability, you'll want to know how to swim. Okay. Sort of. I know how, but I really dislike the water, so it's been long enough that I probably have forgotten. I don't know, but I'm disinclined to find out. I have certainly seen people forget how to ride a bike. I have patched the injuries to prove it. People love to say it's like riding a bike, but riding a bike is neither as simple as it sounds, nor is it as unforgettable a skill as people think. Oh, absolutely. I doubt it would be the same as never having done it at all. How? I thought you were meant to use this block to, like, have a ledge to jump from here, but that's clearly not the case. Huh. Because there was no other way we could have pushed that off of there. Same with the other one. We can't jump high enough from here. And the top of that ledge makes it look pretty safe to say that you aren't going to be able to reach that from there either. There must be shenanigans involved with that somewhere. No. Yeah. I mean, it helps that it's a much brighter color than everything, so it pops a lot as well. Which is why they shaded the whole area around the face on that block, for example, so that, again, it pops and pushes it visually more to the front. Okay, that's not a breakable wall, and breakable floors don't seem to exist in this. We must be intended to come back for that, like, when we have a double jumpers. Wait, hang on, I just had a stupid idea. Can I have an idea. Well, I certainly can't now that they're all flat on the ground. Oh my god, I think that trick's gonna work. Hang on, I might be onto something here. Nope, it doesn't work. Okay. So, I broke movement for a second there, because you'll notice I was able to roll in the air for a second. What I was trying to do was convince the game I was still on the ground by sliding along the wall. But it wouldn't let me roll once I disconnected from there. And I think it only let me roll because I'd literally just left the ground. Yeah. I don't think that's going to be doable. Oh, hey, the merchant's here. That looks like breakable ground, though. I'm gonna talk to you from this side. Except I can't. Okay.
Around. Surely I have something that will interest you.
How did you even get here? Through all of the explosive fire-throwing pirates, the regular explosive-throwing pirates, the cannon-wielding pirates, not to mention the guys with the shotguns.
An interesting selection. Did you use such tools to ignite this place?
This is no work of mine. This was the doing of one blighted by Shadow Scourge. Their humanity ripped from them. Yet, their will for vengeance did not wane, destroying those who would cross their path.
Yeah, that checks out.
Many were kin who concealed their thirst for power and its source, falling to the diseased one's uncontrollable fury. Of course, if you pursue power yourself, you need look no further.
Okay, so he's also got Moon Silverstone, but I think that's the same price the other guy had them at. But I don't even know why I'd buy them from him, aside from they are a limited quantity. He's got magnetic bombs now to go with the fire bombs. He doesn't have anything else interesting, but I am going to buy a lot of his healing because we've run out of healing a lot recently. So 20 of those should solve our problems for a bit. I was waiting for like all of those pots to drop healing and just make me put my head to my desk. We have a lot of money. We're gonna go back to the manor for a second to spend this money before bad things happen to it. We're not actually gonna level up though. First and foremost, I'm going to buy the Blunderblade because I just want to have it. And then I'm gonna buy one of these Moonsilver Stones. I can't afford to do the weapon upgrade afterwards, but we're pretty close to being able to afford it. And I am still using my sword, but the Blunderblade is actually stronger than the base level sword for us, since our dexterity is not that high and our instinct isn't great, but it isn't terrible. So we could always use that instead. I was going to actually spend it on upgrading the sword, but if this is about the same, let's see how this works first before upgrading something. Seems to be near identical to the sword. Thank you for gifting a sub to Elfin there, Dream. Hopefully he will appreciate it. And as much as I appreciate the gift. And hopefully you're doing well. Okay, so that's how that attack works. Yes, I think I will be using the Blunderblade going forward instead of the regular sword. Our primary focus will still be on the whip, I think, but the Blunderblade will be a good other option at the moment. Because you'll notice our dexterity is our second stat, because the whip scales off of both dexterity and mind. So the fact that the swords also will scale off of dexterity means these work. Understandable. I always appreciate anybody popping in, and they should always do as they need to do. Okay, you don't have anything to add. I can't afford to level. I think in this case they mean medicinal tablets. You have a good night, Dream. And thank you again. Yeah, that was a 50-50 one, and I just had context, which meant I understood. You're welcome. Brain. Brain. There was something else I wanted to do before going back, and my brain deleted the concept. Oh yeah, I'm going to quickly get up for a second. I will be right back. That's the thing I forgot to do for a second. Just had multiple brain moments simultaneously there. Because you just get split in like 3 directions as to where you wanted your thought to go, and you can't remember which one was the first one. Thank you for subscribing, Dream. You go to bed though. Go have some good rest. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right back. Just wanted to make sure I mentioned that first. I walk away for 1 second and this is what I come back to? Dream, please. Thank you, but do be sure that you can handle giving away money like that. I literally heard the sound effect as I was sitting down. I'm like, hang on, what happened? Genuinely, thank you. But also, god damn it. A lot of good people got them too, so I'm doubly pleased. Enjoy that sub, Rhea. Good. I always check on the people that gift, is I know sometimes people can get caught up in things and gift more than they should, so I always want to make sure. Okay. And away we go, back to death. Okay, we did go through everything up there, so we don't have any need to backtrack until we gain whatever lets us through that door. So this place... Wait, no, there is a door... No, don't think about it. Just go this way. Don't think about the doorway over there. You know, maybe I should go think about that doorway over there. Maps are very nice. I also appreciate this, the fact that a lot of recent games like this let you look just a little bit in every direction away from yourself. Very good for stopping the blind jump problem. This was one very suspicious bridge. I genuinely thought it was going to be a boss fight or a death pit or something. Yeah, so far the Blender Blade seems okay. Oh boy. You know what isn't okay? Rounding a corner into this. Oh wow, the recoil from the cannon hurts too, huh? That actually makes sense. I'm unhappy that that makes as much sense as it does. Because it makes sense that, you know, a big chunk of metal getting propelled by gunpowder backwards into you would hurt. But I'm unhappy because it hurts. Let's swap back to our whip, though, for the time being, because the whip is stronger. And a situation like this was more than likely going to come up. You can't trick me, video game. You got me once, you're not gonna get me again like that. Those corrupted looking boxes, by the way, are where we were getting a bunch of extra money from, so I would like to get to that. And I assume this elevator is probably our key to it. Interesting. Demi-shade ore? I'm gonna assume that's probably... upgrade specialized weapons. Huh. An extremely rare mineral found in correspondence with the main temples. It was collected and kept as an object of worship and a sign of ancient divinities. In recent times, it has been plundered and used to build unique weapons. I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume that's for upgrading boss weapons if such a thing exists. It's either that or that's the next tier of upgrade. I don't like that my camera was pulled toward that. I'm gonna walk away from that. Nope, nope. Enough bad things have happened to me in this area that I'm very concerned about anything I see at the moment. Like, I expect most anything I encounter to be death right now. And I can't imagine where I got that idea from. Point. Yeah, yeah. There we go. Clean them out. Oh, that was lucky timing. Goodbye. Not dealing with you. Not on that little platform. No, thank you. That's just a recipe for getting pummeled by recoil. Veil Shade. Craniums of the Nameless bound through the dark rituals of Blackhall. Their shade unlocks a darkness within the crypt, which flowed through the veins of the deceived and vengeful Scion. It is said that they secured their revenge, their body drained of humanity by a shadowy presence, still lying in wait. This, I presume, is what I need for that thing I turned away from back over here, because this is a dead end. So I probably need one more of these, and I put them in these vessels to do a thing. Yep. Figured. And this just loops back to where we just were. That's not a secret door, sadly. Okay. Symmetry. Take up the blade and cut through the veil. Your heart shall be pierced by a truth unfathomable. But first take heed, protect your soul. At last the reward is a mind split in two, the cosmos spilling forth. Cut, pierced, protect, split. Notice how those are all bolded on this. That's gotta mean something. I'm gonna make a note of this, because I feel like this is gonna come up in a puzzle or something fairly soon. I don't know if it's important yet, but it's better to have that stored away just in case it's relevant to something. If there's anything playing La Mulana taught me, it's that. That's a spear which pierces. That's a blade which cuts. That's an axe which splits. And that's a shield which protects. So yes, that was the order the puzzle is in. I mean, you got the idea across. It just got slightly fiddly. Okay, so cut first. So sword, spear, axe. Now, sword, spear, shield, axe. Yeah, the idea is you push the blocks towards each of these in order. That part was easy. I just was taking a second to pull the note back up on my phone because I closed it because I didn't figure I was going to need it immediately. And I wanted to make sure I had the order right. But you hear the springy noise when I push each of these in. Something was done wrong? What? Cut, pierced, protect, split. Did I get something wrong? Is take up the blade and cut through the veil, which implies the sword is first. Your heart shall be pierced by a truth unfathomable, which implies the spear. Oh! I see what I did wrong. They wrote it in one order, but they fucked with you by telling you what to do first, third. Because remember, but first take heed. Clever. It's just small enough that a lot of people aren't gonna catch that as it comes through immediately. Just like I didn't. So it's shield, then sword, then spear, then axe. Presuming that it doesn't start from the shield, go down to axe, and then go back up to the top somehow. It's a simple enough thing that I'm kind of annoyed that I got it wrong the first time, but it's an easy thing to get wrong. Yeah, that's pretty much all I was gonna say about it. And that was necessary for getting the Veil Shade. Okay. So let's see what's further down in here, because it looked like there might have been like a tiny alcove at the bottom as well. Since this was... What? Oh! This was probably a reset button. I probably didn't have to reset the room to reset it. I probably could have just pressed this. Well... Oh well. We got the thingy, that's all that matters. I'm pleased that they at least put one real puzzle in here so far. I like having a couple puzzles in these. Oh, hey, the suspicious bridge. What do you know? The suspicious bridge is suspicious for a reason. Well, yeah, you don't want, like, a field festooned with puzzles in a game that's not meant to be all about puzzles. But having a few dotted around to vary things up is nice. So I have a bad feeling about this, though, because this means when I try to cross that bridge again to try to get back to the checkpoint, bad things are gonna happen. So I'm kind of tempted by the... Oh, wait, no, that's the door I opened that got me the item. I was gonna say, I'm tempted by this door to go this way instead, but, if I zoom in, you'll realize there's a wall there. That doesn't work. I can't run away. Saddest times are here for me. But on the bright side, when I invariably die, I'll be on the other side of it. God damn it. Just gonna switch to the axe throwing because I feel like this is gonna be a tall thing. You probably shouldn't be walking when things are shaking like that. Running is much more advisable. Hi, bone bat thing. Hi. Edwin the Shadow Scourge Horror, huh? Okay. Life has many doors, Ed boy, and I wish you chose a different one. Ah! Oh god. Oh god. I hate it here. What do? I saw the hitbox for that, but I didn't react fast enough. Ooh, he's a nasty boy. And he's a little lacking in the tail department, but sure, we can look at it that way. Ow. Not again, not again, not again! I'm stuck. Eep. Eep. The good news is those shots are slightly homing, so you can actually kind of bait them around a little. But once you start the bad chain of getting hit, you're on the bad chain of getting hit. So far, this fight doesn't seem too bad. We went into it with no knowledge and slightly unprepared, so we're in a little bit of a bad spot. But it's definitely a workable fight, I think. We're not doing a ton of damage to him is the only real issue I'm running into here. And you can't heal during that phase, or you get dragged into it. 50% is both worrying and not. It may have a really nasty second phase. It may not have a second phase at all. Because a lot of the fights haven't had a new pattern. Once they get low, they get one new move usually, and that's it. So I'm not super spooked about that idea, but there is potential. Well, the thing is, most of the fights in this game haven't been, like, lightning fast. They're usually expecting you to figure it out, rather than it being reflex tests. It's a different style of game, as far as that kind of thing goes, or at least that's the feel I've gotten up to this point. So I think once I get a handle on the pattern, I think we'll be okay. You he's gonna probably, like I said, pull one more fancy trick out of his pocket at half. And I just gotta hope that I can handle that fancy new trick. Though right now I'm getting clobbered just by his basic attack, so that's a problem. Would help a lot if you'd stay on the ground, you damn bat. This is not what I meant, and you know it. The cooldown on rolling is an issue with that attack a bit. I thought I was out of range. He didn't like that. Yeah, this is fitting the pattern of all the rest of the fights so far. He's got like one really nasty attack, one attack I'm screwing up, and then the rest is fine. Lightning doesn't seem particularly effective. We got a lot of damage ticks out of it, but it really didn't feel like damage that was meaningful. We might also actually be underleveled for this fight, because I feel like we're not moving his health bar much, but I've been getting that feeling out of a lot of these fights. But doubly so here, because he has a lot of times when you can't attack him. Okay, fire is resoundingly not effective. Okay, jumping that is worse than rolling through it. Got it. His jumping just means you get slapped and then blasted. It's better to just accept the blast is gonna hit you. By comparison. Yeah, see, that doesn't do that much more than our regular attacks. And our regular attacks don't cost me anything. Yeah, that's the distance I need to manage to avoid that properly. But I keep not being at the right spacing for that. I keep getting clipped by the tail of those. It's like, this doesn't seem like that bad a fight. I'm just making stupid mistakes. Which has been the case with, like, every fight in this game. Like, healing at the wrong time because he takes a moment to decide what he wants to do. And I read it wrong. It's like, we're having a hard enough time even getting him to a quarter because of the amount of times we can't get a word in edgewise against him. So I think having the lightning doesn't really help. We can try gun. It's not going to do that much more damage, but I don't have to be close to use it. So it may give me an opening that I didn't have before. Since he's so resistant to ice, I mean, so resistant to fire, that's why I put the ice on here, because I would assume, since lightning didn't work, fire didn't work, darkness obviously didn't work, because most of his attacks are darkness-based. Ice is the only other thing we've got left. I could also try throwing bombs at him, but we'd get one shot at that. And then we'd be out of bombs of a type. Wrong button. There we go. Let's see how much more damage we do with this, if we even do any real amount more. That doesn't seem like a ton more if it is more. But I think it is at least a little more. But I will say, I don't think I'm having a problem reading his pattern. I think I'm just having a problem reacting to it incorrectly. Because I also am having a devil of a time telling whether he's doing the fireball or the wide slam, for lack of a better way of putting it. It's like, I thought the tornado attack was the scary move, but it really doesn't seem like it is. And yeah, we gained like 5 more damage, I think, per hit out of the ice. So I think ice isn't a winner either. Yeah, and as expected, that's not doing a ton. It's better than nothing, but it's not doing much. So our biggest issue is just the fact that it's an endurance fight with our current situation here. Which means I'm more often than not going to lose. We also lost our money at some point, it seems. It should have been in the room, but I think I didn't go far enough across the room one of the times I died, so I didn't end up picking it up. I got a little too close trying to make sure I could actually get a hit in before he did something stupid like this. Heal before he lands. Well, if he's gonna do something stupid at half, we're almost there. I swung one too many times. We're okay. We're okay. Don't panic. Okay, now might be a time for panicking. It may have had a delay in general then, or something. Oh, how wide his sprite is keeps catching me on some of those landings. I'm like halfway across the room. I'm like, it'll be okay. Wham, arm reaches. Sadness. And we're running out of healing items. Thankfully, they do just magically provide you some if you're below a threshold, it seems, but still. We may need to actually go either level or something. Yeah, I did describe this like 3 times. You have a finite amount that you're carrying. I've just had so many that it's been fine, and they're very cheap to buy. Like, he sells them for 50 each, which is like nothing. Problem is, I don't think he restocks. That's fair. Just when something comes up that often, I'm like, I doubt anybody will have missed it unless they just came in, and I knew you were here, so it's like, yeah, how? So I think I'm going to back up and at least grind a little in order to have the money to buy more healing, so we're not going in with nothing to work with. Thing is, grinding in here is going to be a bit of a thing. I also can't help but feel that I might need to raise our stats a little bit. Because we went from feeling like we were getting ahead as far as stats go to being right back where we were before, of feeling behind the second I didn't spend some of it on upgrades again. And of course, we have had some losses as well, which is probably where the deficit I'm feeling is coming from. Because I don't know how much we had on that last death, but I know we lost at least like 4K before. So we might even have lost as much as 10,000 at this point. Which again, isn't a insane amount in this game, but is enough to hurt our situation. Okay, running through there got me 580. That's enough to buy another stock of healing items that'll be enough to get us through a couple attempts. But what I think I'm gonna be better off doing might be warping somewhere else and using my hungry e-jars to get me a bunch more. Because getting through these guys takes a little doing, and they're not really close together near here. I'd have to go further back into the place to get to the ones that are closer together. You bitch. So I can go up the ladder to a couple areas where there's a couple more of the more expensive enemies that may be more productive for us. Which also means I want to put the Corrupted Star back on. We've definitely got a bit of a situation here, one way or the other, though. And I knew invariably we were going to end up with a situation. What, is it making a noise, or is it just Facebook notifications because of past experience? Is I could believe either and understand either. Well, this will help. Just a free 4K right there. And that also explains how to get to this guy. Yeah, that's fair. New things, book. Let's see, it takes us 1,400 to level right now. So we wouldn't be getting that many levels at the moment if we went back for that purpose. We can get a weapon upgrade, or two. And that might be the thing that'll make more of a difference, honestly, since damage is our main issue. Raising our weapons upgrade level might be the key, because we've only got like a +1 whip and a +0 anything else. Which, even for a caster, probably is part of the problem. And I've given us a lot of mind figuring I'd be able to use a lot of magic. Our magic just isn't that great yet, still. Like, they've been very handy, and some of the spells are quite potent, but against the bosses, they still don't feel like they do a lot. So I feel like we're still bereft of the really good spells. Assuming there is any really good spells of that type. God damn it. Okay, let's go back to the checkpoint. No. I wouldn't want to know either way. As we both know, I'd rather fall in the hole than have that information ahead of time. I'm just pointing out the thought process along the way. Like, I'm doing these things knowing full well that there's a very good potential for me to be shooting myself in the foot. This way nobody can go, why didn't you see this one coming, when it invariably happens to us later. There we go. We bought him out on healing for the moment. Like I said, I don't know if that restocks, and I'm a little scared that it won't, because that will make things problematic. Because that also makes me wonder if I should have actually went out of my way to buy all of his healing out when he appeared last, because then he probably would restock. Let's at the very least go back here and spend what we do have. This way, in case a fumble happens, we don't risk losing any of it. And it will make everything faster when we are already upgraded. Yeah, this does take 2. But it goes up another 11. And the scaling goes up further, or as a result as well. Meanwhile, this goes up 14. But the scaling is worse. So it kind of equals out, and I'm not using the Blunder Blade in the fight, so this is the more important one to be leveling right now. But this does mean... Oh, we can't level that any further without another item. Well, that stymies my plan a little bit. Like, that still makes our situation better, but it's not a solution, is basically the point I'm getting at with that. So that means leveling is basically going to be our other solution to our situation, really. Which is probably going to be mostly raising our dex, though what gives us dark resist, if anything? Nothing. Or at least nothing that I can put a single point into gives us dark resist. Though our dark resists are already decent. Like, we're protected against fire and dark pretty well with our stat line. Which means probably like every other point... Oh yeah, no, mind is raising that. Wait. Oh yeah, mind's the only one we didn't check because our mind is our highest stat and I wasn't doing that. I was going to try to raise our attack the other ways. Though this does raise our main attack and our magic, so arguably I should just keep pumping the mind up higher. Because that'll also give us more focus to use more of our stuff with. The other argument would be to raise our health. To give us more leeway in the fight to begin with. Which is a strong argument to be made, honestly. Yeah. The original consideration for raising our attack further right now would be to make the grinding faster. To go get more experience to then raise the level faster. Enemies in here are probably going to be worth a decent amount. Yeah, that's what I said when I first saw her as well, and the one in the room next to her is also a little odd in that way. Still don't know what the deal with that is. I don't know if she is very long or if the dress is just like miles past her legs. She's definitely sitting on there. But it still leaves many questions of how does she function. Because she is either like mega tall or that is the longest dress in the universe. And there's problems either way. Are there just no enemies in here now? Or did I forget where all the enemies are? Oh, she is still here apparently.
This place. Find shelter.
What about you?
Why haven't you gone to the manor yet?
Very well.
She's gonna do something stupid before he goes to the manor. Like, almost certainly, considering the soon, she's planning to do something stupid. And we need to be on the other... Oh wait, no, we can drag blocks backwards. So we can go in here, too. Hello. Potential game changer. Never mind. How about this? There is one who saw the two unseen oracles forcibly torn from them. They were bestowed to this world as a gift, their affinity with nameless and mystic entities, a unique and blessed endowment. There are few who can wield the same kinship with the obscurities of their unknown kin. This also tells me that there's another path I can break into, though. Because remember how I said that that one area over here must be a one-way door? You'd have to come in from the other side and push out? So that must mean that I can actually grab that and pull back and get in somewhere in here, and there's probably goodies behind that as well. There's also this area around here. No, it was down here. This area that I can climb up with the thing we have. The mechanical glove I bought way early on, assuming it was going to be useful. Yeah, there's no enemies in here, really. Have I really found the one part of this place that has no goddamn enemies in it? Or did they all disappear when Herman died? Okay, good, they still exist. Drink this. Well, we're definitely chewing through these guys quicker. It is definitely pixel art, because you can tell, like, look at the edges of his coat, for example, where his coat ends. You can see the individual pixels there. And that's part of what gives away how that all works. It's just very well done and made at a size where the pixels are obscured, which is how so much of this can look so clean without sacrificing anything else. And it's, of course, just high quality work. I don't think so. Because if you look, the backgrounds are actually flat. They're given the illusion of depth, but they are actually flat. Because watch what happens when I pull this chair from the background, for example. It just kind of is in my hands and doesn't actually like move forward from its plane of existence. If it was 2.5D, I'm pretty sure it would have had a little bit more movement on that. And typically things that are made with that idea in mind usually have a little bit more foreground-background interaction along the way. Now, I'm not guaranteeing that what I'm saying is true. Just that's my best guess based on what I've seen with this. Because you can absolutely take something flat and make it look like it has this much depth to it. And of course, obviously, there's additional layers because situations like this where there's parallaxing with the actual background back there. But I would never guarantee with any, you know, with beyond any shadow of a doubt anything I'm saying with this, because I only half understand all of that, because that is still something I'm learning. But to my current perception, that is how that appears to me. But the fact that it appears that way tells you that they did a very good job with that illusion of depth. You might also just start seeing every individual pixel and you might not like what you see. And knowing your luck with such things, it may very well be something that doesn't scale to 4K at all. Because I didn't look at the resolutions because I had no reason to. As per usual. So that's an entire possibility in and of itself as well. These guys give a nice flat 100, so let's see how much of a percentage increase using these is. Huh, 21%? That's a very weird amount. Because if 100 added on 21, that would have to be just exactly what the percentage is, no? Or am I misremembering how percentages work suddenly? And since I was sitting there doing mental math, I got slaughtered. Welp. That's unfortunate. And let that be a lesson that even enemies at this tier are still dangerous.
Well, he's dead. Real shame. He will be missed.
Yeah. Now I just need to not screw up getting back. Otherwise, all of that money will go to nothingness. Not that we had a ton of money, but it's still a thing. Yeah, math is dangerous. But sadly, somebody's got to do it. This is the wrong ladder. Yeah. I also did want to see if the box respawned, though. Since apparently I'd missed a money box up there before, which does not seem like something I would have done. But at the same time, you never know. It's easy to forget things. I think that was also before I realized that those were boxes of money. Perfect. Nice synchronized death for them. Let's see. One thing I will say is they don't mark your deaths on the map. That's unfortunate. That'd be a nice thing for them to do. Also, apparently I didn't touch that checkpoint on the way by when we went out this way to begin with. So that's also mildly embarrassing on my part. We could have saved a lot of walking had I just touched that checkpoint. But I was also being lazy and just wandering through. There we go. Should put my fire punch back on because that'll be useful around here. Went down from here, right? Yeah, because I went through these weirdos. That was a very nice crossover. I got a good punch into them and they just flew past me. Apparently the punch also has a couple iframes to it. Which that is something I may need to remember. There we go. I mean, on the bright side, I guess, since we had to walk back here, we gained another 1,000. Yeah, because I was trying to rush the gunner down before he could shoot me. But they happened to overlap with the lady, which meant they both got a very good shot at me. And yeah, running through these areas really doesn't seem that profitable anymore. Considering we basically walked through here twice and we're only at about 4K. That's probably not worth it. Oh, the elevator must be above me at the moment. Yeah, there it is. Because, like, you'll notice, in order to get into the elevator properly, you actually go into the background. Because the elevator's still technically on the background layer of the map. We can still get a little bit out of this, so we probably should go spend it before another tragedy strikes. So I do want to go down into that area that I was talking about where I can pull the block out of. Is it really worth it to me to buy anything from you? No, not at this point. Because I really shouldn't split my focus between the whip and the blunder blade right now. If we're having as much trouble as we have been. Splitting my focus is just going to make that worse. This is why a lot of the time I end up not spending my points on health, though, because you'll notice these 2 points just get us 6 more health. But in the end, we have gained 9 more health compared to where we were before. And a lot of attacks don't do more than like 40. So it's not terrible to gain 9 more. It's just sketchy how helpful it actually is. On the grander scheme, it's going to be helpful if for example, if I push it up to 20, that's 30 more health between the 10 points we'll have gone through. But that's also 10 points that could have spent on making my damage higher. So that's where it gets a little shaky. But we're going to quickly go back here, and we're going to walk down to that alcove you see in the bottom right down there, pointing to the left. Because that's the tunnel I was talking about, where there's the rock to pull out. Which is where I was going when we found the path down to the shore cove, ironically enough. And then that whole thing happened. So it's interesting how things like that end up working out. Is if you just think, if I'd went there from the other direction, we would have gone into whatever's over there before getting into the fights down there. And who knows how things would have been different because of that. We may never have even gotten into that death loop, depending on what we find down here. But there's also no point in thinking about such things because it's already happened. I still want your umbrella, madam. That is a very powerful umbrella you've got there. She's also worth a lot of money, actually. Compared to a lot of things we've been fighting, 380 ain't bad. How about we don't, evil small child? How about we don't? You I need to get rid of, though, because I'm gonna need to be able to move this block in peace. Yep, let this be a lesson. Don't assume things. We already discussed the assumption that led to this not being dealt with before. Oh, is this all this is? I mean, it's money. It's actually quite a bit of money. And I keep meaning to... Brain, please. You know the words you need. I keep meaning to use one of those hungry elixirs before I break one of those boxes open. Just to see if I get more money in that. But I don't think... Oh! Oh! That wasn't an elevator leading back to where we were. I found another new area. I smell profit. I also smell death, but I smell that everywhere. But the fact that this is connected to the rest of the city means this might have actually been... Yeah, remember when we were told to go to a cathedral? Remember how I just completely sidetracked from that? Huh. Aye.
Pardon the interruption.
Burning them does sound like a good plan. Oof. I mean, still progress, technically.
It is not me you impede, but the gods to whom I answer. However, they are gods of the highest mercy.
Somehow I doubt that.
I am grateful for their clemency.
The path to where you seek may not be so forgiving.
Well, I assume it involves getting up there, and that doesn't seem... ideal?
A path blockaded with danger for a long while. Only death and despair you will find if you are successful in your quest. However, I sense you are built for such a task.
So what you're saying is you used your eyes. Well done.
The truth may betray you, or steer you to madness. Remember that. I have witnessed lonelier men than yourself foolishly pursue a possession they were never destined to have. One such man lies, deformed in the abyss of the crypt below.
Yeah, I met him. He's a dick. He keeps blasting me with these weird purple tornadoes, and I'm just really not a fan of his.
A betrayer who scoured fruitlessly for what he desired, recruiting the lowest of the low to seize what he deemed rightfully his by despicable means. Neither his blood nor intentions were pure. I fear he has become overwhelmed by the evil he sought to consume and manipulate. By the Shadow Scourge.
Well, I can guarantee you that that definitely did happen, considering he's a weird bone bat thing.
That is why I pray to find answers to questions I have, and to some I do not. The spirits that haunt these lands cloud my mind. Their power is unwavering in the minds of many more. Mine's infected by the sepulchre.
Then you must stop before you become infected too.
Your concern is appreciated. However, your apprehension needn't be focused on me. I sense you have much to do, and must preserve your strength. Here, I may have something that will lighten the load on your heart.
Prizes? Oh, she has a shop. Oh, she sells focus restores. Well, that's great, except I'm carrying a pile of those. You have nothing else, huh? Why must you make me excited only to disappoint me?
Pray, tell me more about these sepulchre.
You must not utter so freely about such things. Incapable of mercy, their vision clouded by greed. An encounter with such a foul entity ends in certain death. Fear is a logical reaction to such horror.
In my defense, you said their name first.
A force that casts its shadow over us all. The clouds bled the day they arrived. The stains still corrupting the sky above where they now cower.
So what you're saying is it rained. Okay.
We desperately need our salvation.
Well, best get to work on that idea.
Could I provide such relief?
Perhaps it is a path you could take. Although, those with the same desire have been burned beyond recognition. Convinced the only way to vanquish the power was to absorb it.
I mean, that is a frequently logical path, even though it does tend to lead to exactly what you're talking about.
Should your weak body attempt to absorb such might, return to me, for I may be able to bolster what little strength you have.
Uh-huh. So she might be able to do something should we actually interact with some of the really big things, I guess. But unfortunately, this was a dead end. I would also like to point out, we've covered a lot of ground just in the near 5 hours we've been playing today. If you just look at the amount of areas we've encountered. It's like, we've covered a chunk of this area even though it was too strong for us. We've done, as far as I can tell, basically this entire area now, aside from the boss fight. We didn't clear through all of Sight Cave, so we could try turning around and trying to go to the right here instead of what we've been doing, fighting that boss, see if we can get a little stronger that way. There's still a potential spot right above this point, but I don't think we can actually get there. Yeah, no, because that was, yeah, we already were in there, I think. There's that chunk of map missing down there, but I'm pretty sure that doesn't matter. Though actually, I do want to go here for a second. And the reason behind that will make sense in a moment. And no, the reason isn't to die. In case anybody was thinking I was being that silly. No. It is most likely something that's going to be ultimately pointless, but I just want to get it out of my head. Is remember this. There's an item here. Magnetic powder, huh? Ooh. Right! I guess Herman's office key opens this too. Aha! It was worth checking. Technological lens. Blindness is not something that blights me, yet I cannot deduce what I'm meant to see. Shadows elude me, sometimes a face, yet no features to regard. Perhaps I have glimpsed the beyond, a peek at what awaits me. Or do I see whispers of a realm belonging to another, one which I perhaps should not envision? Ah! Well, well. This changes things a lot. Explosive candle. With unknown origins, the candle releases an electromagnetic explosion when thrown to the ground. A mix of power and technology, Nikolai Borisov's studies produced strange artifacts, some unusable. Before he died, he left cryptic instructions for such studies in an indecipherable language. So what you're saying is he wrote code and nobody can translate it because he never left a cipher for it. Why is this acting like there's something new from my right hand? There's only something new for my left. Which explosive candle does sound right up my alley right now. Hang on. Am I reading that right? Am I reading that 667 right? Yeah, I sure am. I sure am. I think we might be on the right track of why we're having problems. Oh, it's got real short range, though. That's why it hits so hard. Much like the punch. And it's also kind of expensive. But still, I'm pleased I went up there, because that's how we get past all of these ghosty doors. Which means we have access to so many things. Nobleman's note. Rituals of nobility, rewards of power. Those who have sacrificed their lives for the good of our cause shall be honored for generations to come. We shall be those generations, our power immortal within us, and the marvels we have created. Or Demi-Shade ore. Oh, this opens so many doors. God damn it, I should have checked this sooner. It kept nagging at the back of my mind that I should check this. And lo and behold, I should have checked this. God damn it. Hindsight, why are you so strong? That's a lot of bullets. It's a pity I still really don't make use of bullets at all. I just want to get back up to that checkpoint so I can warp away from here and take advantage of what we've learned. The thing is, though, actually maybe I shouldn't warp away from here right now. I'm thinking, where else did we see those spectral doors? Because there were some around where we are now. In fact, I think there's one directly to our right. Specifically here. So we should check that before we go back to fighting Edwin. Remember, no matter how much you may feel like you've run into a dead end, that usually means there's doors you haven't found yet. In anything like this. Which is why we're in the situation we're in now, because we thought we were walled at that fight, but there's always more to see. Yeah, because we didn't go this way, because, again, I didn't think about pulling blocks, I only thought about pushing blocks. Despite what the game described to us for it. So we never grabbed whatever this is, either. Which is a Moon Silverstone. Well, that would have been helpful before. Still helpful now, but not as helpful as it could have been. Unless that's a ghost door, which I don't remember it being. But I also seem to recall a couple more of those doors around. I think down here might have been one of them too. I think that was the first one we saw. So it'll be worth going down there to check that as well. Because remember, with any game like this, much as I was saying that some doors will still be open no matter how many times you get stuck, it's always worth checking everything your abilities can get you. And you may be surprised sometimes how many things open from even a small thing like being able to push blocks. Pardon me. That was just an awkward enough spot I didn't feel like fighting him. Especially not for just 100 each. Listen here, you. There we go. Sorted his little red wagon out. I painted it. Then I set it on fire. We've already been in that room. I need to go down a bit further and then go around. Deal with these two again, except I'm not gonna bother. That was close to disaster. I should have healed sooner than that. But it's fine. Wow, that is as powerful as advertised, at least. Okay. So that's good news. Oh yeah, this was her area, which does have a ghost door in it. Zoop. Prizes! 5 healing injections, 4 Hemolith chunks, and Moonshade Charm. Sought after charms of peculiarity, used to bolster the bearer with wisdoms. Okay, I think that's the same description. Ah, this gives physical damage and physical defense. This is fantastic. I wish I had that a long time ago. God damn it. And yeah, they both have the same description, even though they do slightly different things. So now we hit 15% harder. And obviously, from physical damage, take 15% less as well, which is nice. But I'm definitely more excited about dealing more damage, because that will help unseat the problem we've been having a little bit. Fuck you, chair. I don't know what that chair did. I think it was just there. The only thing I'm noticing that I don't have that I feel like I should have in this game is some means of using an item to go back to checkpoints. We don't have anything like that I've seen so far. And that would be kind of nice. But again, a lot of the time, these areas aren't so big once you get the shortcuts that you would need something like that. It would just be convenient. And there may even be an item like that and we just haven't found one. Like, it might be later on when areas get even more sprawling, most likely. Something like that may exist. Ow. This is why I didn't want to toy with those. Okay. Didn't want to die with 5k on me. Not that I thought it was that likely, but there was always a chance. Okay. Now possessing many more things than we did before, let's spend the points we've got, and I suppose we should give Edwin another shot. That is only enough to get us 2 more levels. Which is still 6 more health than we had before. What I'm going to do, I think, is what I was talking about before. I'm going to raise my vitality up to 20, and then we'll focus on attack boost some more again. We'll basically, like, threshold it like that. This is the other woman I was talking about, by the way, that indicated to me that maybe they're just that tall. Because she's kind of weird with how she's bent, but, she's definitely really long, much like her dress is really long. Which is what makes me wonder if she's got the same situation going on, just, less ink and less broken back. But who knows? Perhaps those are mysteries we'll solve eventually. Do I want to buy anything before I leave? I don't really think there's anything I can buy that'll be of any real use. Alright, the other thing I wanted to check before fighting Edwin again. Does this path actually go anywhere? This is probably a path we should have fleshed out the rest of the way before going into the crypt in the first place. Which would explain why we had as hard a time in there as we did. So I may have deviated too early into there. That lantern gave that one away. Yeah, I had a feeling. Empty room with platforms in it just screams death trap. Oh, you got a hell of an arm on you over there. Throwing bombs across the damn ages at me. How many of you clowns am I gonna have to kill? Alright, you know what? Enough of this. So that move's really handy for things like that, at least. Just blew all of them up. What do we get? Federal issue belt. A Federal era belt retrofitted with a mechanism to automatically replenish ranged weapons with ammunition. Okay. But, oh, upgrade bullet storage. There you go. That's what you needed to tell me. Is the phraseology of it automatically replenishing ranged weapons is like, does that mean I get my bullets back and I just pull them from storage now? Which seemed like insanity. But being able to just fit in more bullets makes sense. I counted his shots. He must be spent after him. A victim. So we all know how well that worked out. They did good with the flavor text for this game. A lot of it's genuinely good writing, and then some of it's actually funny, like that was. Now, as to whether it was intended to be funny, slightly mixed results there, but I thought it was funny. Eee, sucker. You can't get me if I get me first. Wait. It's not quite how I wanted that to... You know that part about me getting me? I didn't mean that. Just in case you were wondering, universe, I didn't mean that. Does this break? No. I don't like the rocks above me there. I mean, it's just breakable platform, but I thought it was something that was going to fall on me for a second. And at a glance. So yeah, there's more area here, so I clearly cut across too early to go into the crypt. So that probably contributes to the problems we were having in there. For sure. Which, you know, that's nothing new. How many times have I gone through a game backwards half the time? Like, okay, what's the most dangerous place I can get to and live? This? Okay, let's do this, and then we'll go to the easier place afterwards. Because I'm crazy. Okay, that gets us back into there. Okay. Got nothing but bad feelings about this idea. Just gonna take that on the chin so I don't try to do like a crazy roll jump and get through there without falling. That was clearly designed to try to stun you as you tried to get across that, and that would have just been mean. I mean, had it worked. There's graves here. And coffins that people have dug up and busted open. There's been some grave robbing happening. which fits in with all of the other shenanigans that were happening down here. So this might be more related to Herman and what he was doing than to the pirates further down below, considering they did say he was taking body parts. Moonsilver. Cemetery groundskeeper diary. The end is nigh. Barricades protecting us from the rest of the city were attacked last night. Those beasts are changing fast. They now have wings, sharp limbs allowing to climb up to us. Those madmen cursed us with these beasts. They're coming here to oppress and take the city for their own. Darkness lingers. Well, he's had a bad day. And it's only gonna get worse. Oh hey, you're not dead.
That is a mighty feast you have.
It is all I can eat. From the bones of the dead, it has taken me.
So you're pretty far along as well, huh? Because you sound like the other guy that said he was almost gone.
Then we must cure you.
It is fruitless to try and heal me. The veil is ready to open. The day has been prophesied for centuries. I studied the rumors, the signs, but one must have eluded us. The Federation has failed. I will keep searching until my mind is clear.
Still a couple typos here and there. It sounded like he said eluded us, but it's written as eluded us as in alluding to something.
There has to be something we can do.
No. You must leave this place before this curse overpowers you.
You do realize that leaving ain't gonna help as far as that goes, right?
The beings that surround me will not harm me. Go. Take this. It's the least I can give you.
Oh, another demi-shade ore.
Where you'll be safe. Head to the manor. I know of a place.
Considering the blood he's got there and the potential corpse eating that's been happening there, I don't know if sending him to the manor is necessarily the best idea there, Eric, but you've chosen it now, so... Yeah, we can't go up there till we have the grapple, which I presume is what we'll be getting from Edwin, probably, since all roads other than where he is has been leading to those hook points. It's either that or we get it up in the ice area that I got into and then got out of. Which at this point we are stronger now, so we probably could deal with the things up in the ice area a little more comfortably than we did before. And I'd love to say I feel confident fighting Edwin, but I have mixed feelings about that still. That's not saying I'm not going to try, but I'm first going to spend our money so we don't risk losing it. And I just don't want to jump down there just in case extenuatingly long drops might still do fall damage, even though we haven't taken fall damage from any other fall. Fall, 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 fall. Fall, 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 fall. Did I say fall enough? Has it stopped meaning anything yet? I feel like it has. And we do have enough Moonsilver now that if I wanted to, I could upgrade the sword as well. But I think there's still enough value in upgrading the meat. I am annoyed that we are just barely short of being able to afford a second level to get to 30, though. And just think, when we fought Herman, we were at, what, like 12? And we've gone up 18 levels because of the situation with Edwin. So I guess I'm going to be risking 18, unless this guy over here is restocked with something useful. He has not restocked those, so I'm going to go out on a limb and assume he doesn't restock that at all. These will be useful somewhere, somehow, so I'm going to go ahead and buy him out of these, so we don't have as much money to risk losing. Because now it doesn't matter if we die. We could die 1,000 times, aside from running out of healing. Is this the setup I want for this? Yeah, probably. We also proved that ice didn't really do a lot, so we could try, like, adding electricity instead, since we've got a bunch of those. I say as I promptly hit the wrong button. I could just turn around and go to the checkpoint, but I feel like cursing myself for that mistake and using some of my resources to make a point. Yeah, electricity does a lot more damage, but we were also doing more damage in general, so... I do feel like this is more appropriate to how much of his health bar should be moving when we hit him, though. Yeah, the electricity was adding 10 more. So we already went up like 30 damage between the levels and the weapon upgrades we had done. So I'm pretty pleased with that change. Wrong button. That's what I wanted to do. Give him the big punch. This is where you don't look away from the screen when he's still landing. Come on, quit being a coward. What did I just say about being a coward? Gonna keep screwing around up there. Oh! So I guess this would be phase 2, huh? Remember when I said he probably doesn't have one of these? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I regret saying that now. Ow. Oh, and he does more orbs now when he does that, huh? Okay, good for him. I rolled too early. Wow, he's also gotten a lot more aggressive, I think. I died to the drain. God damn it. Okay, that's a more significant fight than I thought it was then. Well, I was pretty sure you were right, but I was really trying to fight the universe on that one and just try to make it not be true. Because that is the exact opposite of what I need with how this fight's been. Huh. I got my stuff back from the doorway this time. Interesting. Because this also means I need to do this first half a lot better than I have been. Because he gets so much more aggressive in that second half. Which I anticipated him getting more aggressive. I didn't anticipate giant purple meteors of doom. I hit the wrong buttons in the wrong order there. Eep, up, eep, up, eep. Oh, come on. Because guess who remembered he can do a thing? And if you're wondering if that thing I remembered I can do is get crushed, you'd be right. Because as soon as I got hit those first couple times, my timing was just gone. I could not regain my rhythm. But I don't think the damage I got from raining spikes on him really was that worth it either. Wrong button again, you goddamn fool. Like, I am so frustrated with myself because I keep thinking left will be the attacks when it's right for attacks, left for healing. So I've burnt so many heals stupidly trying to use attack moves on him. Yes, yes, look at you doing a handstand. How impressive. Good for you. Yeah, that was a mistake, trying to do that. Eep, up, eep, up. Fuck you. Okay, we managed to push him further before the... Huh? Oh? I think he's doing it now. Yeah, he is. I wonder if this does damage on the way down. I seem to be getting hit markers when I'm hitting him. But his health bar is not visible, and the last time that was true, the health bar didn't move till it was visible. Yeah, none of that did anything. That's all just to make me feel better, I guess. Which, that's not really a great thing, I gotta tell you. Oh, and now you launch spikes when you land, huh? That's great for you. I love that for you. Ah, why do you cover so much of the goddamn arena? You cheating bastard. Like, I think genuinely the amount of times he's clipped me landing is the most frustrating part about this fight. Is look how much of that area he covers. What am I supposed to do with that in any real capacity? Aside from just happen to be in that one pixel he doesn't land on. And now I'm just gonna get bullied again. Yeah, but sometimes he also lands distant and sometimes he lands close. Is like, you get the warning on the ground where he's landing. That part's not the problem, but he does outstrip the range of that when he extends after landing. But he still seems to make damage on contact when he extends, and that's where the issue I'm having is coming from. Oh, you're gonna do this now, huh? Oh, and they're still coming from the same direction, because of course they are. I made the mistake of assuming they were to come from the right because he was on the right, because that made sense. I feel like I was robbed on that one. Because of course they had to fly in from the same goddamn direction. So adding electricity did work. Literally, I think the main thing left is me not screwing up the couple mistakes I made where I got a lot of bad hits on me. And I think we have this. And of course, now I've got the hiccups because God forbid I be able to focus on what I'm doing. You shitter. Get back on the ground where I can pummel you in peace. Yes, yes, your little party trick is very cute. Now stop doing it. Remember why my big problem with this fight was that claw attack? I remember that time. I almost wish we could go back to that time. It is, by comparison, a very nice time. And then, for some reason, even though I pressed left and roll, he decided backdashing into the wall was a better idea. I'm going to assume I hit roll like a single millisecond before I input to the left. But I'm still mad about it anyway. Yeah, I wanted to test that thought. That was a bad thought. Please, I would have broke the death counter by now. Through overloading it. Especially if we counted it higher with stupid deaths, because boy, there's been a lot of stupid deaths. I jumped into it. Good job, me. I know I wanted to be aggressive, but god damn it, stupid. Why? Yeah, you know, let's just burn all of the healing before we even get to the second phase. That's the best plan I've had all day. Just keep eating those claw attacks. You know, just because I said I wanted to go back to the time where those attacks were a problem does not mean I actually wanted that to happen. Fuck you. Oh, of course it wasn't done yet. I still managed to avoid it, which I'm happy about, but I'm just like, oh, you fucker. Oh, really? They both made contact? Come on. Throw me a bone here, and I don't mean any of his. That's something different. I don't like it when he does things that are different. Oh, Lord, why? So, fun fact, he had one more move left. And the second I tried to swap to lightning, I took a stupid hit and trying to cycle back screwed me. As for those wondering, I tried to cycle to the electric powder to try to push the remaining bit of the fight through quicker. That was a mistake. And something I should actually be doing is using these larger ones. This way I use one and have enough for the bolt immediately. That's a smarter way to do this. And I keep not using the powder when I walk into the room because I'm getting too aggravated at this point to make good decisions. Second real fight this game has, I'm getting my ass kicked. And like a little window into my head for everybody, I'm more annoyed because none of this is really that goddamn hard, and that's why I'm annoyed, than the fact that I'm failing. It's the pride thing of I'm failing at something that should be simple, considering his pattern isn't that difficult. But I keep screwing it up. So I get frustrated, and then from that frustration, I make worse decisions. And that whole pattern repeats itself. And don't worry, I'm not actually angry yet. I could very easily get there at this rate, but I'm not there yet. It's gonna take a lot more than that to make me angry. The advantage it currently has is that it's fair that this is happening so far. Like, the closest thing to it being unfair about how I'm getting harmed is the times where he catches me when he lands. I don't like that part. Everything else is pretty reasonable, though. Interesting. I broke it. He unbroke rather quickly, but I definitely broke it for a solid second there. I did the thing I do. God damn it. I was a little too slow because I swung one too many times. I do feel like that spike that comes off him when he lands is a bit unnecessary. Like, I would most definitively file that under overkill. I told you to roll, stupid. It's not my fault you didn't do it. Okay, I guess rolling is useless against that. Heal before something bad happens. Like that. Oh, you and your invincibility moves. You little shitter. Just die, you little bastard. Flashing lights. Jesus Christ. Got him. Dried cold one liver, the currency of the withered. These mutated organs are rare to come by. Very few know of their existence and corrupted arcane power. But those who do will not rest until they obtain them. Once possessed, the livers can provide the bearer with the most powerful and twisted of spells. You had me at powerful spells. I do wonder if this was an optional fight, though. I would assume not, considering he brought me to a lower section of this place that you would otherwise not be able to get to. So logic denotes you have to do this. But if we were still up on that bridge when this ended, I would have assumed that this would have been a optional fight. And the liver would have been the reason. And what do you know, I was right about getting the grappling hook from him. Night Hunter's grappling claw. I've learned of a plot charged with vengeance, and I'm close, so close. Tracking a trail of blood, not from one, but from many. The drip, drip, drip of steady resentment. It will not be long until it becomes more powerful than even it imagined. No one will be able to stop it. For now, the secret of its existence is mine to keep. Yep, and the grapple rings, obviously. Something's happening out there. And Eric took his sweet time walking towards it for some reason. Gotta show off the muscles. Ah, these extended because, you know, obviously we have the grapple now. I do appreciate that Edwin's head is still here so I can fucking stomp on it. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. I feel better now. Yeah, there's doors on both sides on this one, so we want to look both ways here. What do we got? Oh, good. At least we're getting repaid some of the many thousands of healing injections we used. Good lord. That took, what, 20 tries, give or take? Something like that? Probably more than that. What's in the box? Moonshade Tears. A blend of stardust and an unknown power lines a deep wound across the surface of the ice-covered skull. This concoction is used to summon defensive columns of ice, its origin dating back to the rituals of the Moonshade Lake. The wound itself is suspected to be used to hold the power to create an abomination. Traces of these stories are said to be recorded in the legendary tomes of Ozaic. $132 frost plus 42. I mean, 11 versus 55 is a pretty good argument to make. This is the right path. I wanted to make sure there wasn't like a hidden doorway to the left or something before I went up there. There's doorways both ways. We'll do this one first, because this is the one that's not the path forward. From the look of it. We also got a lot of money from him. I think we... Yeah, because we went in there with 150 something, so we got 12k from him. So on that aspect, he was worth it. Not so sure he was worth the frustration, but, you know, we had to get through him sometime. Edwin's note. I am so close to taking what is rightfully mine. A door calls to me, inside secrets and bequests that my family wickedly concealed from me. No more. You know, might have been concealed for a good reason. Some more powder of the damned. I did check all of those statues on the way up, right? Since that one did break, I'm pretty sure I checked them. If not, maybe someday I'll come back and check. I think that's not a doable jump at the moment. But it's so suspicious. Got it. I got it for nothing, but I got it. Also nothing? Okay. So that's that. This area is, I guess, done now. And we now have access to a lot of other areas. Like a lot. Specifically, starting with what's up here, though. Ah, that's where he ended up.
My sentiments must have fallen upon deaf ears.
I mean, you're the one who came over here, so clearly you listened to me.
My hunger could not keep me away. Books and knowledge are all I have left, all I seek.
Will you teach me things that are in those books?
There are fragments scattered throughout this land.
What can I do to help?
Find the sacred place, venture down, and seek the tome that I desire. Then the knowledge will be unleashed. A knowledge that speaks of celestial powers of which we can only dream. The cosmos a beacon of understanding. Its reflection ripples on the vast pool, hinting at lost secrets.
I got a real bad feeling about what you're talking about here. You're talking about like summoning elder gods and shit. I'm not in.
The ripples, a presence I cannot fathom.
So you've met our goddess. She fell to this land and is scattered across it.
Yeah, I had a feeling there was a catch here.
Junis is buried deep below the cathedral, but it is said her spirit lives on, trying to communicate with those left behind.
Ah, so you're one of the followers of Junis. Okay.
That elevator back in the cemetery, to where does it lead?
I have heard whispers of the place. As I recall, it once was a place of prestige, authority. Those who resided in the highest peaks broke through when everything was lost. Then it slowly descended, a stronghold against evil. No one has been atop those walls since. Alas, it is an enigma.
Yeah, we've already been up there. That's the high wall area we couldn't do anything with past the cathedral.
Pray tell me about the celestial powers you spoke of. The power in the sacred place.
Many would describe a glacial weapon, one that only a small collective can wield, through an ancient ritual few know of. They can be found, of course, in the most unassuming place you could imagine, yet it is a place of custom, saved only for the noblest of peoples.
See, now you've got my attention. Though, there's two ways glacial weapon can be taken. Either it's an ice weapon, or it's a weapon of very slow encroaching power. And it could go either way on that one.
Many of these ancient powers are solidified in legend, little more than tricks used to impress ignorant people. Not this one. The power is harbored in a frozen and unforgiving place. A vast stretch of water that never thaws, its ripples created from the glow high above. A glacial glow which some believe is an echo of those ancient powers hitherto unfathomable, concealed from sight, yet a mighty weapon. There's much we do not understand.
Hang on. You told me it was down below. Now you're telling me it's up. Make up your mind. Oh, you know what it is? He's probably talking about individual fragments. One is down below, one's in that ice place we were in before. That's more likely what he's actually getting at, rather than the fact that he's raving. Which he might still be raving, but that's neither here nor there. No one has moved in here yet. Dang it. I'm going to assume we can't actually get onto there yet. Now, with having defeated Edwin, did we gain anything new in anybody's shops? Nope. Good news, everyone. There's fuck all here. And I still don't have a prototype blueprint, so I can't upgrade my weapon further. I could upgrade the other one, but I'm not so worried about that at the second.
Will grows stronger, Eric. Here, use it wisely.
You were holding out on me, Mark. You sure were.
I am gratified to lay my eyes upon you once more.
I think we talked about all three things he had. But I guess, you know, at least he gave me a thing that that'll let me hold more bullets for the gun I'm not using. But, you know, I can hold more bullets. Oh, hey, she finally moved. And she has a shop of her own now, where she sells even more healing injections. She has an infinite shop of them. Wish I had that before, but, you know, we have it now, and that's the important thing. So that solves that worry. And while we have a ton of money, I'm going to buy a bunch. 40 should last me a good bit. You know, till we run into another Edwin situation. I'm not going to bother buying these, even though I should. At least I'm not going to buy them yet.
Tell me more about the curse that has its hold on me.
Unrelenting, but made by those who should have held the wisdom bestowed upon them by the common being. It is a great shame that such folly should tarnish the lives of the majority.
Okay.
What can you tell me of Laddick and this Junus ministry of which I've heard whispers?
A man unworthy of his position, his power obtained through distraction and deceit.
Same could be said of a lot of people that get into positions of power.
Alas, the resting place is not the only location Laddick has soiled with his muck.
He controls many of the sacred places we once called home.
Of course he does.
The mark you bear is one I have seen before. Whispers say it is the mark of the imprisoned, the disgraced. But that is what a man like Laddick and his misguided ministry would want you to believe. Neither he nor his erroneous clergy is to be trusted.
I can get behind that.
What can you tell me about these sacred places?
It would be wise to reflect upon the true self. For you will find a place of mirrors that show a reflection unrecognizable. It's people driven mad by experimentation. A cage created by a power that should be unimaginable, but is greatly sought. Another is buried deep in rage.
Even the bones of our civilization are open to Ladak's wrath.
Uprooted and now fallen in ruin. In the deep forest, he has taken our churches, our homes, our... Another is shrouded in numbness.
Despite Ladak's influence, he has an adversary he does not dare to face.
A man in his sordid kingdom, where the snow never ceases.
That is presumably, again, that ice area we were up in before.
The final. Well,
this is when Ladak himself must be sought in his lair.
But the opportunity to defeat him will be limited. For all other threats must be eliminated before he can be destroyed. Return to me once you have truly comprehended the threat we face in the places most revered. Only then will you begin to understand. Only then can I gift you with more than just words.
I feel like you could help me more than that before that point, but sure, why not? Okay. So she told me basically, I presume, where all of the important remaining bosses are. At least that's the takeaway I got from what she was saying. So there's a forest I need to worry about. At least one underground area other than the one we dealt with already. The ice zone. And some other places. There we go. Round out to the 20 vitality I said I was going to get us to. And now we'll go back to advancing mind. We'll advance mind to 30, and then we'll probably up dexterity to 25. And we'll keep, like, leapfrogging 5x5 with that. And then we'll probably, after we reach probably 25 mind and 40 dexterity, raise our vitality a bit again. Or if we run into a vitality-based problem again. Strength is being completely disregarded because it has no benefit for us, since all it would do is raise the power of a strength-based weapon, which we're not using any of. Do I have anything that has anything to do with you? Nope. Okay, very good. Let's see. So we've got a lot of hook points we can go check out. Part of me wishes things like that were marked on the map, but at the same time, if they were, that would be so much map clutter. So I'm kind of fine with that not being there. There's also a part of me that's debating whether I should stop here for today, since we will be coming back to this tomorrow. Oh, unless something unique comes up. Because I'm torn right now. I want to keep playing more, but I also don't want to overdo it. Because it would be a tragedy if I burnt out on this, with how much I'm enjoying it. But if I overdo it, I know frustration will be behind that door immediately. I was already worried I was reaching that point with how the Edwin fight was going. Right. Can't break this one open. Oh, hey there, Shifu. How you been? And that's where I'm at, too, is... I shouldn't overdo it, but I think at the very least we should break ourselves into one more new area before we stop. And I think that'll make for a good stopping point. Is once we've gained access to an area so it's easy for me to remember exactly what I want to do. So far, so good. Getting a bit tired because I've been really running through everything. But I'm glad to hear you're doing well. So, where do I think something that will be beneficial for finding a new area would be is the better question. So I thought one of the rings was around here, but that proved false because of that bomb spot there. This might be... Just gotta find... Yeah, no, these are completely out of reach, right? And this doesn't go up, this only goes down. This does give me the satisfaction of tearing through these guys again and reveling in our further increased strength. Hey, let's try our new spell. Okay, I really don't think that is necessarily as defensive a spell as they claimed, aside from being as defensive as like a spear wall would be. Yep, there's one of the spots that I remembered seeing. What do we got? Priest of the Ethereal Order's Diary. Eunice will be silenced no longer. The darkness shall overwhelm the light and bring lost prayers back into the hearts of many. Yeah, really not sure if I should be listening to that one that's faithful to Eunice, considering the whole darkness and everything. Also, these are a lot tougher than they were before. Thankfully, I do have at least one anti-air option. Okay. I have some concerns about being up on these rooftops, but we're here. Though I feel like being up here might be incorrect with how tanky these flyers are. If these flyers are this durable, anything else that's up here is going to be a nightmare. That's also a jump I can't make. You know, for some reason I thought if I didn't make that jump, I would still live and like land back in the area below. What a fool I was thinking that this game was going to be so generous as to not kill me. Oh, I'm laughing too. It's fine. Because after all, it's not like I have to go far to get at that stuff back. Nor is there that much there that was lost. Getting back out of here is going to be interesting. Good. Worth it. It was a worthy sacrifice. Let's see, got the stuff back and we are out of there. Still that. How do I... Because that's where the woman was standing that we saw all that time ago. We still haven't figured out how to get up there. But it presumably ties into this area up here. Considering we didn't find a way to go back. Hang on. I just had a thought. That unfortunately involves up here. No, that's not physically possible. Never mind. Is the only other place I'd be able to hit to break open would be over there, and that's not physically possible for us to do anything with. And we can't climb up there because it's too high. So we have to, like, drop there from somewhere else. Which seems like just a terrible idea with what happened the last time we tried to drop from somewhere. But, you know. Yeah, there's also nothing here. So, never mind. That plan's not physically possible either. Who knows? Ooh. Yeah, this area didn't have any rings in it, and we were over here recently looking for spaces where there were blocks to push. And this is still not doable because even though we have a grappling hook, there was no grapple anywhere near there, so I know that's not possible. I think that's a door we can't do anything with right now, I think is the problem there. This area is cleaned out, aside from maybe if there's something hidden. Look here, you. I'm trying to read a map, old man. That's right, you take a dirt nap. Like, up here's a possibility, but I don't think that that's what the issue up here was. Similar case to here, but we may as well double check just to be on the safe side. Like, I know I said there wasn't a ring here, but that doesn't mean I didn't just not see one. So I was only referring to this immediate area when I said that as well. And, yeah. Right, because that ladder extended from something we did over here. Right, I remember now. You would think I wouldn't have as much trouble remembering something that happened just in the last 5 hours, but a lot has happened in these 5 hours. Which is a good thing and a bad thing, because it makes it very hard to remember exactly what to do and where to do it. Once upon a time, I'd still have all of this fresh in my head. Oh, shut it. We've already had this conversation. See, there was a ring here. Do you really need assistance? There's a ladder right here.
My, it is refreshing to meet a handsome man around these parts, even through the darkness.
I cannot see you in such gloom.
Then you're blind, Eric. Yeah, I'd believe that, unfortunately.
Why, yes. Mystery is all part of my image. Can you dance, young man?
Is that a bag of nails she's got there, or is that... I don't know what she's got hanging there in the middle. It's a bag of something. They could be lockpicks, too. So she's also got her cigarette on a weird, like, clamp thing. So who knows what her deal is, really?
I do not recall.
I dance in all places, be it dirt, floor, bones, but always in gloom and shadow, away from the eyes of those who intend to do me harm. It was different in the old times, before it all fell to ruin.
I feel like she's a thief or an assassin or something like that. I'm just getting that feel.
Oh, how I'd love to dance again, at a ball. Yet, I do not have the means to travel. Everyone I knew and loved scattered across the lands. I can hardly see those lands through my windows now.
Yeah.
I yearn one day to see the sun once more and bask in its warmth. To find myself. For I fear I have long gone already. Annika is the name I have been graced with. And you are Eric. There are whisperings about a stranger in our midst, lost on his way. Perhaps you could bring back some much-needed frivolity. Organize me a dance, and I shall help you see a little clearer in the darkness.
Now here's a thing. If she's been stuck up here this entire time, how did she hear about us? Who told her? It's not like the gribbling beasts that have been around here would tell her. I think she's lying to me.
Then That is no mean feat, Lady Annika.
For sure, it is not. Yet, I feel you will do well. There are others that can help. Some good people remain in the shadows. You will know when you find them, Eric. I wish you good fortune.
I mean, yes and no. She has no reason not to lie, but she also doesn't have any reason to believe that there's anything to gain from lying to us in this particular manner. In a situation like this, proving that she can be useful would be a lot more likely to get her a benefit than proving she can dance. You know? Like, what's stopping me not just leaving her up here? Because what use is a dancer in this situation?
I know of a place where you'll be safe. Head to the manor.
Mental note, tell everyone to nail down belongings before she arrives at manor. I mean, that's also true. She may just be very used to lying all the time, so she just lies as naturally as she breathes. Which, if my gut check guess is right that she's either a thief or an assassin or something along those lines, that would track. And no, I don't say that just because she's dressed all in black and has some weird stuff on her arm. I'm mostly looking at the weird bag of, like, nails or lockpicks or whatever the hell that bag is. That's where my main sus is drawn from. And the way she talks. Something about the way she talks doesn't feel right for what she's claiming to be. Okay. Can't go up that way anyway. It's a blessing and a curse to be able to lie well. Because it can also become weirdly second nature. Where you'll find yourself lying even though you have no reason to, because you just become so accustomed to doing it. Like, as with all things, it's a double-edged sword that you need to use carefully. And by all things, I mean all things like that. Not all things in general. Now, I would presume she'll be up in this... No, I was assuming she'd be in the empty room.
What a splendorous place. And the perfect venue for my dance. You have made the preparations, I trust.
I regret not. I require further time.
Yeah.
Fear not. I shall wait with anticipation. I sense a presence in this place that I haven't felt in a long while. Yet, it is more familiar than I could have imagined.
Yeah, that's not a sketchy statement at all.
I must allow myself to become as splendorous as this hallowed hall again. Oh, how I wish to have another's arms around me once more. Our bodies as one with the music.
Huh. Omniscient Eye of Protection. First generated as a defense mechanism from the clashes between the Ethereal Order and the Starborn. The Walren family in Barsov rebuilt the Eye. It produces a Nova Alarius-like effect to safeguard themselves from the ever-growing hostilities. Now, why would you have something like this, madam? Also not sure how it ended up immediately equipped. That's slightly weird. I'm not missing anything, am I? Electricity, 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 fire, ice, dark. Nope, I do still have all my spells. I thought for a moment she, like, pocketed one of mine and gave me something else or something. What does this do? Okay. Fair enough. Does exactly what they said on the tin. It's a little bit of a weird looking shield, and it's got a hole in the top, but, you know, it could be worse. So we accomplished something, but not exactly what I set out to accomplish. Spend that before something goes wrong. If I come back and everybody in the manor's dead, I know who to blame. But at the rate she's smoking, she may just kill them all through smoke inhalation. I could go to the ice place, but that's not the point of what I'm trying to accomplish right now. Let's double check this door, because it's very quick to get to. Because it could easily just be I didn't go to the door. So I'm trying to think of where those other hook points were. I know there were other ones. Just for some reason, it's not appearing in my mind's eye. Yeah, because this was the thing I ended up climbing up to when I first realized I was correct about the gloves. Oh, there is a hook point here. Aha! Aha! Healing injections. What do we got? Marshland of Shadows. There we go. New territory. So we'll push our way to a checkpoint in... Well, never mind. I was gonna say we'll push our way to a checkpoint in here, then stop, but... Well, I found a checkpoint. Good for me. Let's take a quick peek, and then we'll stop. Just like at the immediate room, more or less. Okay, there's slugs that shoot homing darkness. Already don't like it here. Swamp Hound, huh? Good. Good. Yeah, you know what? I am fine with stopping and not dealing with that yet. I am absolutely fine with that. Oh, that's gonna be upsetting. That's gonna be upsetting to deal with. Still, this was... What was it? Yeah, I think it was past where I was expecting it to be. I think this was better than I expected. I was very torn whether it was past the expectations I had, because I also purposely set my expectations low because of how long I had waited for this. I was worried that I was going to expect too much of it and then be unhappy. So I purposely metered my expectations back so as not to set myself up for failure, more or less. But on the whole, I'm willing to recommend this, based on what we've seen here today so far. I cannot, like, recommend it on the basis of the entire game, because I've not seen the rest of the game myself yet. You have all seen the exact same amount I have. But to the point we've seen so far, this is a good game. It's a little shaky in places, a tiny bit, but nothing that I would say will cause it an issue in the long term. It just missteps slightly, I think is the best way to put it. Like, its feet just don't quite land where they should. And I know that's a weird way to dance around the statement, but that's just the best way I have to put where my thoughts are on that at the moment. Was it worth kickstarting and then waiting the couple years? I can't say that yet. I want to say yes, but I also don't want to say that and have that be proven wrong after, if that makes sense. Because I'm still worried that the situation is going to change at some point. Like, it's going to scale in a bad way at some point. It's got the same problem I was worried about with things like any of the Souls-likes, basically. Anything like Lies of P or Bloodborne, Dark Souls, any of those, is most of those have at least one point where they take a jump in terms of how much they're trying to kill you. Some of them start out trying to kill you and then jump to trying harder, and others start out pretending to be nice and then jump to murder. So it's hard to say which of the two jumps this is gonna make. I'm currently in the camp of I think this isn't trying too hard to kill me yet. It's definitely managing to kill me, but most of those have been my fault. And I'm totally not saying all of this to buy time while I look at the raid list and try to decide where to go. Totally not the reason why I'm rambling right now. Not in the slightest. Who am I kidding? That is exactly why I'm rambling, but we don't need to admit that. We don't need to admit that. Everything's fine. Everything is absolutely and completely fine. There is no problem. I'm just full of shit. I have a lot on. I'm just trying to decide between them, more or less, is the problem I'm having right now. Because I've got a lot that I've not vetted at all. And I'm trying to decide if I want to take a gamble. I would be here all day if I listed all of them. Because for once, there's actually a wide variety of games being played right now. Like, I don't actually see two people playing the same thing right now. And that's insanity to me. Out of a list of, like, I want to say this is like 20 to 30 names in front of me right now, none of them are duplicates. Well, I can't guarantee that, unfortunately, because I don't know what we're getting into with most of these. Because even people that are usually in a good mood could easily not be in a good place right now, for all I know. My biggest problem is just deciding if I want to risk an unvetted stream or not right now. Well, no, I have been in for that one before. It's been a while. And this remains on a similar enough bent. Let me just check to make sure that they're not like away or getting ready to end or something. No, it looks like they are still somewhat active, at least. I'm just waiting till the ad ends so I can tell whether they're actually sitting there at the moment. Yeah, they're moving. Okay. We'll do that then. I just wanted to make sure, because like I said, I want to make sure this actually goes off well and all that. And it's on a similar enough tangent because they're doing Dark Souls Remastered. They're actually trying to just keep going until they beat the game, which has gone multiple days from the look of things. So that's a thing. So we'll get that timer started. They have been in to see me before, and I have checked them out before, so I know that it's at least all right there. So thank you all for taking the time to be here. As I said before, am definitely going to be playing more of this tomorrow. It will be slightly earlier than today, unless I wake up in a bad shape or something. I am intending to maintain normal schedule, but you know how intentions can go sometimes. And Saturday will most likely be still more of this if there's any game left at that point. I don't know how long this is. It could be that it's only like a 12-hour experience. It could be longer than that. I don't know. I have every intention of just finishing it in one sweep, though. And that's about all I've got right now. Because I don't have a plan for next week as of yet. It's going to be the usual Monday, a Tuesday, Thursday, a Friday, Saturday. But what goes on in those days, I don't know. But be good to Gwen. She has been nice the times I've interacted with her. I haven't interacted a lot, but either way. And that's about all I got. Bye.